Gainesville, Florida is a small, peaceful town in north central Florida, known for its colleges, performing arts center, museums, and most importantly, the Florida Gator football team. In the fall of 1990, Danny Rolling disturbed that peace by brutally murdering 5 college students: Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Tracy Pauls, and Manuel. Gainesville will never forget. This is his trial. I'm sorry. I just took a drink of coffee and it went down the wrong way. Okay. So we are going to hear part 2 of Agnes Mitchell's testimony via deposition. That is Danny Rolling's aunt, and it is being read by the defense attorney because she is in the hospital. I hope everybody had a good evening last night and a good morning this morning. And hopefully, I forgot to ask my husband about moving the computer into the living room where I can just hardwire in. So, totally forgot about it. So, hopefully, we won't have the buffering issues today that we did yesterday. So, let's go ahead and get started.
You said you did see him occasionally. He was working for your son, and there was some communication there.
He was also working for me.
How was he behaving at that time towards the family? I'm talking about Danny, not James. How was Danny?
Very friendly, very humble. To take him under your wing.
Was he loving towards you?
One of mine was his leaning post, so to speak. When it would get so bad until he couldn't take it any longer, he'd go to Jim.
This is while he was still living with mom and dad, though.
Yes, yes, I'm sorry.
Right?
He would pour for me at night because I made figurines and things for my shop, and he would pour until the wee hours for me.
Hey, Christian, how's your headache? Good to see you.
I would go down and open up, say, at 5, 4, and 5 o'clock in the morning. He would pour until time for his job. Danny would have done well. He would have come out of every bit of that and done well if his dad had not been so abusive to him. But he never let him think any different, that he was sorry. He's low down. You'll never amount to anything because you never can.
Talking about a little child anymore.
Hey, Brian.
We're talking about an adult.
We're talking an adult. We're talking the same language. We're talking an adult.
Correct, but he keeps going back there, right?
He didn't have any other place to go except family.
Now, did you see Danny do anything violent towards anybody when he had come back from home, from the penitentiary? Did you ever see any violent activity?
No.
Were you aware of any behaviors where he was peeping in people's windows, for instance? Anything like that? You're not familiar with that or aware of that?
I think a neighbor called one time when he was a teenager, though, and said he was peeping in her window. I think he had gone with her. He had been going with her or liked her daughter, and she said he was peeping in a window. I didn't know about that. I only heard about that.
How about while you were seeing him, while he was staying at the apartment by your son's business and he was working on and off after his...
Danny was a hard worker. Danny would do what the job that you laid out for him to do. There's been times that I would go to East Texas and I would help him oversee the shop, close down the pouring room, and stay with the shop. He handled money for me, never one penny, everything always come up perfect.
So he knew not to steal or take from you.
Right.
Did you ever have any problem with him stealing from you?
No, my money always come up right. There was tickets that was written. There was no way Danny could have taken $1 and I wouldn't have known it.
And he never did?
No.
Did anything ever happen in his adult years, his young adult years, where you were disappointed in what he did and confronted him and he responded? Was there anything like that ever happened, or where maybe he took the car without asking, or he did some behavior that you didn't appreciate?
Yes, there was one time. When my mother and Daddy got older, I moved them into a house of mine and close to me, and he left home. Now this is before he went to the penitentiary the first time.
Okay.
And he left home and come to live with Mother and Daddy. I think James had run him off. He was working, he was without a job, and this was in his church work. One morning I went by and Dad said, quote, "Honey, you're going to have to get a sheet of paneling and I'll put it up for you. But Danny run his hand through the wall over there," end quote. And I said, quote, "Dad, what happened?" end quote. And Dad had hung a picture over it so other people couldn't see it. And I, "What happened there?" And he said, "James Harold came by here and made some threats to him," end quote. And I said, quote, "Well, what do you mean came by and made threats?" end quote. He said, quote, "Well, there was something that Danny was supposed to do for his dad and he didn't do it. So he made threats. He's going to call the police and everything. And Danny got so angry about his dad until he run his hand through that's the only thing I ever got. And I really got onto him about that. I said, quote, you're an adult. You know better than to do things like that," end quote.
What did he say in response to that? Did he know that he had done something wrong at that time?
Oh, yes. He told me that he was sorry. And he said, quote, "Auntie, I'm sorry that I did that, and I'll fix it for you," end quote. And he did. He put the sheetrock back up there for me.
Would you describe Danny as an intelligent boy, an intelligent person?
Yes, I would. As a matter of fact, any job, and I gave him several different kinds of jobs, and so does other people that I have talked to that he worked for. He's very willing to work, and he can do the job.
Now, what about his religious beliefs? Was there any? I don't know if you practice any religion, so I don't know if you can answer this question, but was there anything about his religious beliefs that was outside of what you might call traditional religious values? Do you have any behaviors that concerned you or didn't fit in with traditional Christian beliefs? There's some,
The person that's reading the transcript is one of the defense attorneys, and the guy at the podium is from the state's attorney's office. They're reading the deposition of Danny Rolling's aunt. I think her name's Agnes Mitchell, and she was supposed to testify at the trial, but she got sick and she's in intensive care. I don't know if she died or not, but we listened to the first part yesterday, and this is the second part. So because she got sick, they're just reading her deposition into the record.
There's some religions that are kind of on the edge of practice. For instance, sacrificing animals or smoking cannabis. I know there's a religious order that does that. Was there anything about what Danny was doing when he was practicing religion that concerned you or seemed outside of the ordinary thing?
Being a Christian myself and serving the Lord myself, I believe I would recognize that right away.
If there was something out of the ordinary?
Right.
Was there anything outside of the ordinary in the way he practiced religion?
That he would have, these dreams that he would have when he was a child and coming on up into a teenager. But I would not say that it was religious. I mean, occult activity. No, I wouldn't say that.
He wasn't involved in
No.
the Pentecostal church that you were talking about. Is that
He was involved in that, and he was very attentive, and he really learned the Bible because he studied with my dad a lot. Excuse me. And no, Danny was doing right. He was on the right track, I'm sure of that.
Did he verbalize to you pretty much the traditional beliefs?
Yeah.
There wasn't anything strange coming out like talking about.
No, and do you know?
Cult-like type behaviors.
No, and that's what amazes me, because I've been a Sunday school teacher for years, and you would be surprised at the people that think because you're a Christian, be careful or you'll lead off into the wrong direction. I have heard that before, and that to me is, sure, there's cults, there's people that gets off on the deep end, I think, with anything. But if it's a true Christian and they truly believe in God and they serve in Him in the way that they're supposed to, if they truly have a relationship with God, that's not going to happen. I am believing that Danny had a relationship with God at that point.
Let's talk a little bit about the religion then, to get me clarified here. When he went to prison, I understand that he was very active in the church before he went to prison. He married a woman who was also active in the church. They divorced sometime later. He had some problems with the law, and he actually gets sent off for some period of time. When he comes back, Miss Mitchell, did he ever discuss Christ and Christianity with you then?
He went back to church. He joined the church again.
He did go back to the same church?
Yes, he did.
Was it the same church?
The family suggested that. My mother and father was alive at that time, and that was one of the things that was the first time he went. And my dad was just right on him about, quote, "You get yourself back in church, son, and do it right now. You have your chance, so let's do it right this time," end quote.
So he went right back into practicing
Yes.
the religion? And was there anything about his behavior when he came back from prison in relation to his religion that concerned you? Did you see anything that said, gee, that's kind of a cult-like behavior? That's not what I believe in, or that's strange or out of the ordinary. Was there anything when he came back from prison that you saw that concerned you that way?
No, I don't.
I'm not familiar with this church. That's why I'm asking.
I don't belong to the same denomination, so to speak, but my church believes in the same God that he believed in. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, did you see any strange behaviors that would have concerned you? Like I say,
No.
wearing strange clothes, or, like I say, some of these religions sacrifice animals or anything like that. Did you see anything that you say, gee, he came back from prison and he's taking it a little too far? Was there anything you saw?
There was a laugh around in the neighborhood about the way he dressed, in some kind of boots. I don't know what kind, but some kind of boots. He wore those to my shop. It's the only shoes that he had at that time.
Right. That had nothing to do with the church.
No, it had nothing to do with Danny's disposition, because he used to even laugh to me about it and say kids was like him about the way he dressed and the way he jogged around the neighborhood. I would hate to know that my neighborhood would make fun of the way I jog when I could jog.
So there was nothing unusual or you saw in the practice?
I don't think so.
Did he ever talk to you about his prison experience?
Very little. The only thing he said was there was some of those people there that were his friends that I hated to leave, that we had a good friendship. But as far as him talking about, and he was talking about one man there that really treated him better than the others, that he really respected.
This was while he was at Mississippi?
Yes, right.
But he didn't say anything else to you about the conditions there, describe the conditions at the prison there or anything?
No.
Did he ever write you any letters while he was in prison?
Oh, he wrote to me, yeah.
Do you have those letters?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Have you had any letters from him since he's been at Florida State Prison?
Yes.
Do you have those letters?
I probably do.
When he came back from prison, I'm just assuming it's coming back from the Mississippi prison, just because I think that's the last prison that you're aware of. Did he ever discuss his relationship with his ex-wife with you?
No, not his relationship. He said he would like to see his little girl.
Do you know whether he had any visitation.
Yes, he left prison one time. He just walked away, and that's where he went, was to see his baby, he said. And he tried to see her, and her father wouldn't. Her stepfather wouldn't let Danny see her.
Do you know why they broke up? Why Ometha and Danny broke up?
It was this other, the man she's married to now. It was something about that, but I have no knowledge of what really happened there. But they were seeing each other.
Do you know anything about the relationship between Ometha and Danny while they were married?
No, except that it was a good relationship. That's all I know.
And you know that from your...
I mean, I didn't hear anything bad on.
Other than that incident where he knocked a hole in the wall, and he was very sorry about doing that, was there ever any time that you recall during Danny's adulthood where you had to be firm with him and confront him about a bad act?
No, that's the only time.
Was there ever a time when you felt he lied to you or deceived you in any way?
No, Danny was always up front with me. Our entire family respects Danny for that. If something was done wrong, Danny always would take the faults.
He would accept the blame?
He would take the blame, especially with Kevin and his mother or any other member of the family.
When you say that, would he accept the blame even though he didn't do it? Or would he be upfront enough to say, I was at fault and I'm sorry,
Right.
Or would he take blame for things he didn't do? I'm not sure I understand when you say he would always take blame. Was it when it was his fault, or when?
I think he would want to any family. Things like this is most of the time is when he was active with the church.
When was the last time you actually saw Danny?
In Tampa.
In Shreveport.
I took him to I-20 and gave him $50 to leave because his dad had threatened him.
Was this before the shooting or after the shooting?
This was before the shooting.
You never did see him after he got his dad?
No.
You gave him $50, put him on I-20. What were the circumstances surrounding that?
His dad forced him to leave, and my mom and dad both had passed away. And I think he was going to get out on his own. He said, quote, Auntie, I'm going to Aunt Nadine's in Tallahassee and see if I can get a job there, end quote. And I said, quote, well, just be sure that whatever you do it right, Danny, end quote.
And you gave him?
I said goodbye to him, and he left.
So you haven't discussed the shooting with him at all, the shooting of his dad?
No.
Do you remember about what time, when it was that you actually put him on I-20? Can you give me a date?
It was the summer of 1985. 1986.
All right, we know he shoots his dad in 1990, so there's a 4-year lapse of time there?
Yes,
You did not see him for that 4-year period?
Let me think a minute. Yes, because see, he went on to the penitentiary. That's when he went to the penitentiary.
By Mr. Nylon, he was in Mississippi then?
Right. He went to the prison in Mississippi and then came home. As a matter of fact, when he came home, he came to me to my shop, and he slept in my shop until his dad let him come home, I think, about 2 weeks after he came home.
And that was in what year? Do you remember?
About 1987. He didn't stay in prison but 2 or 3 years. I don't even remember, because time back then, I was busy in my shop and everything, and my time is just really messed up there. But now when he came out of that prison at that time, he worked for me in my shop. I had moved my shop to a different building, and he worked for me also there.
All right.
So he worked for me before he went to the penitentiary, and then he worked for me after he came back. Now, let me recall, after I give him the money, yes, he left at a time, and Claudia and I drove him to I-20. I gave him $50, and he left. His dad ran him off, and I'm believing now that was the time with the gun that James had it across his lap. He came back. He came back and worked for me and his mother. His mother begged his dad to let him get work, so he came back there. And the last time that I seen Danny before the shooting was the Sunday afternoon that I took him to look for the truck.
And that was in what year? Do you remember?
That was about 2 weeks before the shooting because Danny was moving. His brother was buying a house to take Danny with him, and he lived in Wascom, Texas. And he wanted to buy a truck because this man he was working for was going to give him a job of hauling things along with his job for extra money.
Do you know anything about an automobile accident that Danny was involved in?
Shakes head.
You're not aware of any automobile accident? To take him for the truck day, was there anything unusual about it?
Yeah, this is weird. I guess they didn't record her deposition because I've never seen this done. But wait, didn't Alita say she's had to read testimony during a trial before? So I guess this has been done. We just have never seen this done before. We're used to seeing video of depositions, but not seeing it read in like this. I wonder why they didn't videotape it. Because they videotaped his mom's. Because they knew that his mom wouldn't be able to be at the trial. But this lady was supposed to be at the trial. So maybe that's why they didn't record it. Because they just expected that she was going to be there. But yeah, I'd rather watch. Video depositions are boring, as we learned in the Johnny Depp trial. But this is even more boring. But I enjoyed, I don't know, enjoy's not a good word because it was horrible. But his mom's testimony, I was really interested in that. I don't know why, but it just really interested me. PowerPoint of the court world. Yeah. Nursing school, like the whole, probably like the first month of nursing school is all PowerPoint. And we used to joke that we're getting PowerPoint poisoning. Because that's like all you get, like the first month of nursing school is PowerPoint presentations. I did see that Legal Bites had a new video on the Logan Paul stuff, which I'm just not really that interested in the Logan Paul stuff. I do watch her videos, though, even if it's stuff I'm not interested in that much.
His behavior that day that concerned you?
No, we went to several car lots, but they were all closed. And so there was one in particular that there was a watchman there. And Danny asked him, could he look at this one truck that he had talked to the man before? And the man said yes. So he opened the gate and let him come in.
Were you going to front him the money for the truck?
I know. Like, I don't want to criticize her editor because apparently she's happy with the person. But there's that one transition they use a lot where it's like a flash. And it startles me. Like, every time it happens, I'm like, whoa.
He was working for my son.
Okay, right.
See, he worked for me and my son at the same time.
Was there any expectation that you were going to get paid back?
I always felt like I got paid in return, yes. I never lent Danny money, never cash. He never asked for it because I paid him well for what he had done, and he just never asked me for extra money. See, he would work for me and he'd work for my son, and then there was a contractor he was always working for. He worked a big part of the time. He worked the day of the shooting.
There was nothing that signaled to you that he was going to shoot his dad or do anything unusual?
No, his dad talked to my sister that day and threatened Danny, threatened to kill him.
This is the day you were out there with the truck or the day of the shooting?
The day of the shooting.
This is Artie?
Right.
Okay.
And Claudia called Artie before it happened and said, quote, something bad is going to happen here. I feel it, end quote.
But there was nothing, no suggested behavior of Danny. You didn't see anything in his behavior that caused you concern 2 weeks before.
No.
Was there ever a time in Danny's adult life, and I realize you only see him intermittently there,
Right.
but during any of the times that you had contact with Danny during his adult life, did you ever see any behaviors that caused you to be fearful of him?
No.
Did he exhibit any of the behaviors you described his father as exhibiting? For instance, did he ever threaten you or threaten somebody while you were present with him and you said, gee, that's not the Danny I know?
No. In all of the threats from his father, I never heard Danny threaten his father. No.
In other words, when you were present with the two of them together, you never heard Danny make any threats back.
No.
Was there anything you ever observed in Danny's behavior that suggested to you that he had violent tendencies? For instance, the way he treated an animal or treated one of your grandchildren. Did you ever see anything that caused you any concern?
When he was a small child, yes, he let me withdraw the yes part, because the reason that I said that, he used to tear up my daughter's things. She was older than him.
Right.
And he used to go in her room and destroy her things, and he'd throw rocks at her. But I always felt like the reason was because she was older than him.
Now, this is when he's real little. You're talking about 5, 6, 7?
That's the only tendencies that I know of that he showed any violence or anything like that. As far as him being, he loved animals.
What about weapons? Did you ever see him have any weapons, carry any weapons?
No.
When Danny was, quote, destroying your daughter's property, was he, just so that I get this straight, we're talking about when he was between the ages of 5 and 8?
Right.
Was it? Did you actually?
Actually, he was about 6 years old.
6 years old. Okay, that's like kindergarten age.
Right.
A kindergarten age boy we're talking about here. When you say destroy, was it intentionally throwing down and breaking her pure perfumes and cracking her records? That he tried the stereo set and being a 6-year-old lifted the arm too high?
Well, he made it very obvious that she didn't want him in the room. And so that was what we felt like he was doing, was because she didn't want him in the room. And finally, I put a lock on the door.
I get it.
To keep him out.
In other words, he knew that she didn't want him in there.
That's right.
So he would.
She kept him run out of the room because he once or twice went in there and broke her things or
done something
she didn't like. So she would run him out of the room.
And then he would sneak in there later to maybe be a little vindictive and get back at her.
Right.
That went on for a while where he would maybe sneak in there and break something to get back at her. And then eventually you decided to keep it totally off limits by putting a lock on the door.
Right, but
Did you ever see him do that with anyone else other than your daughter? I'm sorry, let me ask this question, then you can finish. Did you ever see him ever do that with anyone else other than your daughter, where he would try to get back at somebody for what they may have done to him?
I'll answer that question like this. Even my sons would have gotten back at anyone that would have crossed them up. But as far as him being violent towards children or a child or wanting to harm them or hurt them, no. I've never seen that in Danny. As a matter of fact, when Danny was working for me in my shop daily for a long time, for quite a while.
Was this after he was in prison or before?
That was after he was in prison, before he and his dad had the shootout. I had a lot of customers, a lot of good customers, and their belief on all of this Florida stuff is you would not believe. They said, quote, Danny Rolling could never have done that, end quote, because he was friends with all of them. They were there with his actions and everything. So if he was going to be violent with anyone, like there was a man that came in the store one day and was trying to cause trouble, and Danny was going to protect me because this man was going to cause a ruckus. But there was no violence to it. He simply walked up to him and he said, quote, you don't start trouble in my aunt's business. If you have anything to settle, then you settle it with me and not with her, end quote. But it was very reasonable talk. It was like my own son would say.
Right. It was well within the proper behavior for someone
Right.
who,
And he was such friends with all of my customers until they can't believe that this is happening. Now, if you had his father there instead of him, I would say, oh yes, that's very possible. Because let me tell you what I saw that man, and I reported this. He had a cage that's about this long and about this wide.
by Mr. Nyland, who's this now?
This at the back of his house.
By Ms. Singer, this is James?
James Harold.
By Mr. Nyland, James Harold?
And it has a trap door, and it's all wired, and it has a trap door on the front. Unless he's disposed of it, he still has it in his little shop back there. And in this trap door, it's pulled up and attached back there to a container for food. And the neighborhood's cats come into this, and he's got this little .22 pistol that he goes and he shoots. After the door goes down, he shoots those cats through that. Now this goes on now through that thing until the cat is dead, or he wounds it and he watches it die. Now I went there one night, I seen this with my own eyes, and I reported it.
This is James Harold?
That's James Harold. I don't know if they ever investigated or whether they didn't, but I went there one evening. Claudia had called me because Claudia was also working for me at that time. And I went to her house for some reason, and he come in with the gun in his hand. I said, quote, Claudia, what is he going to do, end quote. And she said, quote, oh, Agnes, she said, I'm telling you, he my stomach, and says, quote, he's got those cats out there, end quote. Well, here was this beautiful cat. Well, he come through the door with the pistol in his hand, and I confronted him. I said, quote, what are you going to do with that gun, end quote. And he said, quote, I'm going to kill that damn cat, end quote. Says, quote, you see that cat down there, end quote. And I said, yeah. A beautiful Persian, it was white and buff colored, a beautiful Persian cat, real friendly, was purring around our legs and everything. And I said, he said, quote, I'm going to kill that damn cat, end quote. And he grabbed at the cat, and Claudia said, quote, Agnes, please take that cat away from here, end quote. She said, quote, I can't stand to see him shoot another one, end quote. And I said, quote, Claudia, you can't mean that, end quote. And he said, quote, come, let me show you what I've got back here. And he had a cat then that was dying in that cage. It was pawing, trying to get out. But he had wounded it to the point that the cat couldn't move.
Did you ever see Danny do anything like that?
No.
He never exhibited any behaviors like that in your presence?
No. I'm really trying to think if there was, but I can't.
I'm not saying there is. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I don't have any in the background either that I know of. I'm just asking you because you've had a lot of close contact with him.
In his behavior, what I'm trying to do is to think if one of the behaviors might be something cruel, but I just can't. I can't come up with anything.
Did you ever have occasion to be around Danny when he dated anyone?
Oh, yes.
I know Ometha in the past. Anyone else?
Right.
Any other girlfriends?
Sure did.
Do you remember their names?
Her name was Mary Lynn, and she lived in Blanchard, Louisiana. And she was this was after he divorced. She was about 17 years old, and he asked me for a ride one day, and I said, well, where are you going? He said, quote, I'm dating this little girl, end quote. And come to find out that she belonged to the same denomination that I belonged to, and knew some members in my family.
What church is that?
Church of the Nazarene. And she belonged to the Nazarene church there in Blanchard. And at that time, he was really involved in church work. Well, he dated her several times, took her to church, there at her church. I don't know where else, but I knew he had had a few dates with her. And she was a real beautiful little girl. And when his mother found out, though, that he had been married, they was friends with him until they found out that he had been married and divorced. And then she wouldn't let her daughter.
What did she look like? Do you remember?
Oh, yeah, she's a real pretty little girl. A little blonde, blue-eyed girl. She really cared about him because later when her mother confronted me and she said, quote, I understand, end quote, she said, quote, we like him, but he's been married before, end quote. And
do you know who her mother was? Do you remember her name?
I could get her name real fast, but right now, off the top of my head, I can't remember her last name.
How about, did you ever see anything unusual between Danny and Mary Lynn? Did you see any behaviors that concerned you?
I put him off at her house one day, and the family was a real nice, quiet family, and her mother and dad both worked. And I said, quote, Danny, you'll be there with her by yourself. Always remember to be a gentleman, end quote. And he said, quote, Auntie, I know where my place is, end quote. And then after they broke up and she asked me about him, she made the remark, quote, he was always a gentleman. I really cared about him, end quote.
Okay. Did his aunt in the transcript, did she ever say the girl's name? Yet the attorney knew the girl's name. But earlier, didn't the attorney say that they didn't know if he'd had other relationships? I'm confused. This whole method of getting her testimony in has just thoroughly confused me because there's no straight through timeline. It's just jumping back and forth all over the place. So is this Mary Lynn or whoever? This is after he was incarcerated in Mississippi or before? I'm just so confused. I wish they would just start at the beginning and go through in chronological order so us mere mortals can understand what's happening.
Other women other than Mary Lynn and Omatha?
That was the only one I knew for sure. I know he used to come and bring the guitar while I was at work, and he and Kathy would sing because my daughter was taking voice lessons in music. And they would get together and pretend they was making records and things like that. And he would spend the whole day, sometimes spend the night.
By Ms. Singer, let's see if Mr. Nylon has a couple. By Mr. Nylon, I have one little area I want to talk just a minute about. Just some of your answers seem to me to indicate that Claudia is back home on Canal Street. Is that true?
That's true.
When did she go back home?
About 3 months ago, 4 months ago.
How long did she not live at Canal Street there?
From her surgery until about 3 or 4 months ago.
And where was she living then?
Before the surgery?
Yes, ma'am.
She was living at home.
Then she had surgery. Then she lived somewhere else.
She lived with my sister.
Is that Artie Mae?
Right.
And about how long did she live with Artie Mae, roughly?
Roughly?
Yes, ma'am.
A little over a year.
Did James Harold come and visit her at Artie Mae's?
Sometimes, not regular.
Okay, could you tell me at least as far as you know how frequently that was? Once a week? Once a month?
Sometimes once a week and sometimes once a month.
So it was intermittent?
Right.
Do you know why she stayed at Artie Mae's?
Yes.
Why is that?
She was afraid of him.
Did it have anything to do with her actual care as well?
Yes, it had something to do with that too.
So that she needed someone to kind of watch her fairly constantly.
Right.
To help her in her physical condition?
Right.
And Artie Mae did some of that. Is that true?
That's true.
Did you help with that too, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, yes.
Now, about 3 or 4 months ago, she moved back home. Do you know why she moved back home, back to Canal Street with James Harold?
Are you asking me my opinion or what I truly know?
I'm going to ask you first what you truly know.
I truly know that he came and started talking to her about coming back home. There was things there that she really needed to do. And so he gave her a check to go buy furniture, some new furniture for the living room. And he would come by and pick her up. And this was just a spur of the moment thing. He just had just begun to do this. Now that's all that I know about her leaving.
Okay.
She began to talk about she needed to go home before she left.
Do you know?
That went on for about a month, and Artie said, quote, you're not able to go back and wait on yourself, end quote. She says, quote, James said he will help me, end quote.
Even now?
Like he has it now.
This last 4 months, he did all this?
Yes.
Is she able to take care of herself at home?
No.
Who's taking care of her?
He is when he's there. The neighbor across the street says he's gone most of the time.
Do you know who takes care of her when he is not there?
No one.
So
Commercial, maybe?
either he takes
She just
meaning yourself, at least yourself and your sister, tried to talk her out of going back home?
No, I never tried to convince her one way or the other, but I did tell her she needed. He said, quote, "We can't afford that," end quote. And yet he had her money, and we knew how much she had.
Even though James Harold has treated her a year, even though she was now a year, even though she was in need of help, you and Artie Mae didn't try and talk her out of going back home with James Harold?
Artie did,
But you did not?
No.
Is there any reason why you did not?
Because I felt she was turned. I could tell she was talking to Artie and things that she would say, that she was very confirmed in the way she felt.
Do you know why she wanted to go back home?
Yes, I think that he had either threatened her threats against her and the family and everybody, and I felt like this was just part of that.
But do you know why she wanted to go back home?
She didn't want to go back home. She told us she didn't.
But she went anyway?
Yeah. The only thing that she would tell me was, quote, well, he needs me. I feel like he needs me, end quote. But that's not a reasonable answer to me by any point of view.
What she told you was she felt like James Harold needed her at home?
Right.
And that's why she went home, out of duty.
But she also, in the same content, would say, quote, "He's not all right mentally. I feel sorry for him because he is just in that respect." Or just what? I just don't know.
Does Claudia know that he's threatened you?
Sure.
Does Claudia know?
Absolutely. She told us Sunday about threats that he had made just that week. Yes, she calls us and tells us these things. And she says he told her he had a recording of all the calls coming in and all of those that are going out and a whole lot of things.
With Legal Bites members only live streams, she's made them unlisted now because she wants the people that are on Patreon, she wants them to be able to do the members only live stream with us. So you have to go to the community tab, and the link for the live stream will be in the community tab. So it's harder to find. And I used to watch it on my TV, and I can't do that anymore because on the TV, you don't have a community tab where you can go and then hit the link. So I watch it on my phone or laptop, or I have to come out here and get on the computer to watch it. So, but I get where she's coming from. Mine, when it came time to renew mine, I didn't have enough money in the bank, so I had to manually, like, it ran out like 2 days before I got paid. So, but I joined again because I like the members only live streams. And then I got rid of like all my other ones because everybody gifts memberships all the time. And with I'm pretty sure I've got back surgery or injections or something like that coming up. So I really need the extra money for the medical bills that I see in my future. So my phone, I don't know why, but for some reason, when I go to like cast my phone to my TV, it just will not do it. And I've got an iPhone, but now if I'm watching a video on my TV and then I open up YouTube on my phone, it will ask me if I want to connect my phone to the TV. No. If I'm watching it on my phone and I want to watch it on the TV and I try to make my phone connect to the TV that way, it won't do it. I don't need it to do it the other way around. Because if I'm watching it on the TV, I don't want to watch it on my phone. I want to watch it on the TV. So I don't know why mine won't cooperate. And the Discord thing, she even mentioned it in the members only live stream last week that you had set one up, and she appreciates that. She just hasn't had a time where she can look at it and figure out, like, she wants to know how it works and everything before she does anything with it. I don't know why. I sent her, like, it was like a Discord 101 video or something like that to teach you how to get started and what it is and how you use it, but she just hasn't done it yet. She also has not done a PO box, which she needs to get on, because I just keep making baby toys. I'm making a teddy bear right now. And day before yesterday, I was making an astronaut, because her crib sheets have like rockets and moons and stars and stuff on it. So it's making an astronaut. Just constantly making baby toys for her and Mountain Princess. So until I get a PO box, I'm just gonna still be making her more toys. So yeah, she's exhausted. And I've not heard from her in I don't know how many days now. I hope she's okay. I guess we'll find out tomorrow morning if she has a live stream. So, because she's not going to tell us when she goes into labor, She's so secretive. Yeah, I know. That's what I keep telling her. You just got to do it. But I don't know why she's so hesitant about it.
By Mr. Nyland, I don't have anything else. Question by Ms. Singer. I just have a few things. Have you had an opportunity to read your sister's deposition?
Artie's?
No, Claudia's. You mentioned Claudia.
I didn't know she had one.
You mentioned Claudia's deposition. You knew she had her deposition taken, didn't you?
It was, yes. It was was it you?
Mr. Nyland came back. Mr. Nyland, yes, ma'am.
I came by there, but I came by there for a reason. I didn't stay, but
Have you seen her deposition or read it?
No.
I'm a little confused here. Let me just get it straight in my head.
Excuse me, but does she have a deposition? Does she have it?
Her deposition was taken by Mr. Nyland. That's why we were here before in May, when we were here back then.
But that was for you to take.
By Ms. Singer, right. By Mr. Nyland, yes, ma'am. By Ms. Singer, I was wondering whether or not it was now.
Yeah, but I won't have it. I won't have this deposition.
By Ms. Singer, well, if it gets transcribed, you can get a copy of it. That's why I was wondering whether or not Claudia showed you a copy of the transcript or anything like that.
No, I didn't even know she had one.
By Ms. Sedalis, Claudia doesn't even have one. By Ms. Singer, I was just curious, knowing that I was looking at the transcript here and wondering if by any chance you had seen it. Is there a difference in Danny's behavior when he's around you as opposed to when he's around his father? Or does he basically act the same around the both of you?
Around me, he acts very friendly, very loving, very disciplined. Around his father, he acts very fearful, like I'd like to hide someplace. I'm really afraid. That's the difference in the way I feel.
And in your mind, definitely, James Harold Willing acts totally different from his son, Danny.
Yes.
The only other question I had was,
if Danny acted like James Harold, I would never have wanted him around me. I would never have had him around me, because his dad is a type that would hurt you if he could manage to do it and not get caught.
What about Kevin? Was there anything about Kevin's behavior as an adult that concerned you?
Kevin was a very nervous child. The difference between he and Danny was a hyper child that liked loving, and Kevin was a withdrawn person. He would stay in the background. He was sort of a laid-back type child that stayed quiet off the scene and took his abuse very calmly, very like, hurry up and let's get this over with, you know. Yes, he had behaviors also. He had dreams. This child used to take stuff and he would roll it and he would roll it. And like his mind was way off some other place, he was doing things. And if we went to visit and Kevin was present, Danny would want to mingle with the family and converse and things, and Kevin wouldn't. He would want to go off to himself.
Now, do you see Kevin frequently nowadays
Oh, yes.
as an adult?
Yes, I do. Right to this day, Kevin has a very nervous habit. He slaps himself in the face like this, indicating. He pinches his nose. He rubs his ears. He'll slap himself on the side of the head. Now, that's been going on since he was a teenager.
Anything about his behavior around you that caused you any concern? I'm talking about Kevin now.
Kevin is a very nervous person.
That is, no behaviors that scared you or caused you any fear?
No.
Compared to his dad?
No.
He's basically, while he's nervous, he's within the realm of normalcy, would you say?
Yes, he loves his family just like Danny did. Their disposition's very close that way. They love their family and love to be with their family. Kevin every Christmas he gives a big party over at his house and we all go join in and everything. And he really enjoys that. Kevin's a good person.
Is Kevin religious, do you know?
Yes, he is.
Practices religious faith?
Right.
The dreams that you said, was that when he was a little boy and he was staying with you?
He was a little boy.
He had nightmares and...
When I would be keeping them, see, I kept those children also at different times. Claudia could someone else keeping them.
By Ms. Singer, I don't have anything else. Jim, Mr. Nylon, Jenny, by Ms. Sedalis. Real quick, Ms. Mitchell, I'm sorry. Neither you nor I knew you would be kept here through noon. Cross-examination by Ms. Sedalis. Question, I just want to follow up on a few things that you were mentioning when you were interrupted. You were actually at the hospital when Danny was born, weren't you?
Yes.
And was James Harold also there?
Yes.
And could you tell Ms. Singer and Mr. Nylon, as best you recall, exactly what James said to you about having a baby and what he wanted to happen with the baby?
Yes. He said, quote, this kid is not coming home with us, end quote. He said, quote, I guess you know that, end quote. He said, quote, your mom's going to have to take care of this baby. Claudia is not grown up enough to take care of no child and so is not coming home with us, end quote. He said, quote, as far as that's concerned, we don't need any kids in our house. We don't need any children, end quote. And I said, quote, Danny, look at him. He is a beautiful little boy. You should be real proud of him, end quote. He said, quote, never will I ever be proud of him, end quote.
Okay.
He said, quote, as far as I'm concerned, that's not my son. That's Claudia's boy. That's not my son, end quote.
Okay, early on in the deposition, you were talking about the way James Harold treated his children. And I think you were asked a question about whether or not he ever abused your children or whether he was ever abusive to your children when you all were in the same house. Was there a point later on when your daughter was grown when he did in some way threaten your daughter?
Yes.
James Harold threatened your daughter?
That was Jerry. She was at my mother's house and he came in. Claudia had asked her for a ride to Mother's. They had had a fight that morning, and I don't know what caused it, but Jerry went and picked her up, and Jerry was just a teenager. Jerry had gone and picked her up and took her to Mother's, and James Harold came in and threatened, pulled his gun on. He was on duty, and pulled his gun on Jerry and told her he'd blow her brains out.
Okay, James Harold was on duty at this time?
Yes.
When you witnessed these incidents between James Harold and any of the children or Claudia, about what percentage of the time was he in police uniform on duty?
Most of the time. And getting back to the question you asked me previous to this, My dad went to the phone because he had threatened my mother with the same time and the same gun. And my dad went to the phone and called him. My husband answered the telephone, and Dad said, quote, "You need to come over here. He's threatening Jerry with a gun," end quote. My husband, when he got there, James seen him drive up in the front, and he ran out the back door and up the alley. He wouldn't confront my husband.
Now, there was a conversation earlier about when and when not the police would be called by Mr. Nyland. Sorry. By Ms. Sedalis. You guys need a minute? By Mr. Nyland. Yeah, as a matter of fact, just 1 second. Thank you. By Ms. Singer. I'm sorry. By Ms. Sedalis. There was a conversation, it's probably been a couple of hours ago, as to when and when not someone would call the police during the abuse. Was there an incident when James pulled a gun on your father?
Right.
Okay, and on that occasion, were the police called?
Yes.
Did anything happen when the police were called? Did they?
I don't know. I wasn't here. All I know is what was told to me.
Who told you about that?
My dad. It was about Claudia and about the children and the abuse. And Dad had made the boys a swing in his backyard. And James had come by there and had caused problems with the children. I don't know exactly what happened, but he struck Danny with something, with an object. And I don't know what it was. But my dad took it up. And when he did, well, he threatened my dad with a gun there.
Was he, as far as you know, was he on duty at this time as well?
Yes. He was on duty. Almost every time that he drew a gun on any of us, it was when he was on duty.
Okay, you talked about there being time periods when you were not welcome in the rolling home.
Right.
To your knowledge, was Claudia allowed to have any friends over?
No.
Okay.
Only when you would do the same thing I did, and that was try to go when he wasn't there.
Were the children allowed to have friends in their home?
I can't answer that with a yes or a no because I wasn't there a lot of times, but I have never been there except the one time about the bicycle incident, that there were 2 little boys there at that time that was friends of one of the other children, or maybe both.
Did you ever see any friends, children, child-age friends?
No.
Inside that home at any time when you were there?
None except Artie's children.
Do you have knowledge as to what holidays, particularly Christmas holiday, it was like in the rolling home?
My sister and I bought Christmas stuff for them, Christmas tree and things on Christmas holidays. About Thanksgiving, my husband and I, were usually out of town with relatives on those holidays. We didn't like for the children to participate in any kind of holidays if he could keep from it.
Okay, what kind of things?
I was very insistent on the children being with us, Christmas. We liked to have birthday parties for him, and he didn't like that. He said, quote, "That's this love stuff again that you're talking about," end quote.
Can you recall James ever participating in any type of, for instance, did James ever buy gifts for his children to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Ever?
Not to my knowledge.
Did he ever?
A bicycle that he wrecked, my dad bought for them.
The one that James put the pipe in the spokes?
Right.
Did James Rolling, to your knowledge, ever purchase birthday gifts for either of his children?
I wouldn't know about that. I've never seen any.
You ever hear about any birthday parties that James participated in?
No.
Or any gifts that he may have given either child?
Shakes head.
During the entire life?
No.
Of Kevin or Danny, as of this date, have you ever heard of James Rolling ever giving any type of gift to either son?
No, and if I was asked for a definite answer, I would say none.
You were talking about some specific incidents of abuse you witnessed early on. During these incidences of abuse you witnessed, did you ever see Danny begging his father not to hit him?
Oh, yes.
Could you please demonstrate for Miss Singer or Mr. Nylon how that looked?
It was real pathetic. He would put his arms around his dad. He would try to get close to him, and he would say, quote, "Dad, tell me that you love me. Why do you hate me? Why don't you like me, Dad?" End quote. And he would say, quote, "Get away from me, boy. Don't come here with that sissy stuff. Men's not supposed to love other men, and you're growing up to be a man. They're not supposed to love other men. That's just way out there, and I'm not going to have you doing that," end quote. He would never allow him to hug his mother. And when Artie and I would go by and we would hug him and tell him that we loved him, and James would really get mad about it. He would have something bad to say about it. He would say, quote, love, that's crazy. You people are crazy, end quote.
Did you ever see Danny begging his father not to hit him during a beating or a whipping?
Oh, yes. When they had him, Danny was almost suffocated when I went in, and he had his whole weight of his body, his knees on each child.
When you say he had his whole weight, who are you referring to?
I'm talking about both children.
Okay, but who had the weight? Who was putting weight on the children?
James Harold.
Okay.
He was up with his knees, and he was a big man. He's a big man. Had his knees on those children, and his knees was up close to the back of here, right on their lungs. And Kevin had already just fought for breath. You could tell he was losing it. And Danny was about to go out, and he was begging his dad, "Dad, please," he says, "I can't breathe. I can't breathe."
What was, if anything?
I said, quote, "What in the world are you doing? What's the matter here?" End quote.
What, if anything, was James saying in response?
He was just laughing, a crazy kind of laugh. He wasn't saying anything.
How were the children positioned when this was happening, this suffocating?
They was handcuffed together. Kevin was to my left as I come in the door. Danny was to the right, but they were side by side with their hands together, locked together like this. And he had one knee here and one knee here.
How many times did you personally come upon Danny and Kevin in handcuffs?
3 times.
That's 3 times you personally observed them in handcuffs?
Personally observed. The next time was shortly after that, and they were handcuffed to a pole. An iron pole that was at the end of the driveway there, close to the house. It must have been some kind of aerial or something, or maybe for the TV. I don't know, but it was tall, and they were handcuffed to that. Claudia was working, and the boys was at home, and something had happened. Then Claudia called me on the phone to go see what the problem was.
And what about the third? You mentioned that you said that there were 3 times you can remember seeing them handcuffed. Can you remember anything about the third time?
The third time is he was whipping them with a rope. He had their hands behind them like this, indicating, and handcuffed.
Where did that happen?
That happened in their backyard.
And approximately how old?
And the neighbor behind them called me.
Okay, the neighbor behind them called you?
The neighbor that lived behind me called and said he was beating those children with a rope.
And they were handcuffed at this?
They were handcuffed together with their hands behind them.
And about how old were they when the neighbor calls about this particular incident?
About 12, 13 years old.
What did you do when you got there?
When I got there, James had left. He was on duty, and Kevin, Kevin told me that his dad got a call on the police radio, and they were still no.
How did that incident get resolved?
I called the police, and a patrolman that patrolled that place out there come and unlocked them.
It wasn't James Harold who came back and unlocked them?
No.
It was another police officer?
Right, one that was patrolling in that particular area.
Can you recall who that might have been? Was it someone you knew, an officer you knew?
No, but shouldn't all these things be on record, the times that we called and all of this, shouldn't it?
Nods head, I would think so, yes. You had there was a discussion about what would take place when the children tried to eat in the house. Can you ever recall either of the children being blindfolded at the dinner table?
That was at my house, when they lived at my house.
Okay, can you tell us something about that? How many times did you see them being blindfolded at the table?
Twice.
Tell us about that.
Well, it was really pathetic. And my daughter she was 17 years old, and she was just really having a fit. As a matter of fact, she was just about to go to blows with Harold about it.
This was?
No, this was Carolyn.
This was Carolyn?
The middle daughter. I came in, and I'd been to my mother's to take Mother and Daddy someplace. So when I came in, Carolyn had served the lunch, and the children. He had over in the corner blindfolded, and their plates was before them, but there's no food in the plate yet. Quote, Carolyn, what's going on, end quote. She said, quote, James won't let me feed these children yet. He said they'll have to wait, end quote. And they both had blindfolds on. I said, quote, well, what are they doing with the blindfolds on? And he kind of laughed and he said, we're playing a game, end quote. Now that was the first time. The second time, though, that he'd done it was I was in a different part of the house, had served the children with plates myself before I was going to serve the rest of the family. And he put blindfolds on them. And those children were trying to eat with blindfolds. He still said, playing a game.
Did he ever say why he wanted them to try to eat with blindfolded?
No, he used to put paper bags over their heads.
Tell us about that.
Just all the time. He would put, when he'd get upset about something, like my sons got irritated with him, he would take spite out on the children, and to spite us, I felt like, and put paper bags over their heads and make them walk around the house with paper bags on their heads.
Good Lord.
Did he do this? Would he do this in response to something that Danny or Kevin had done, or in response to something else?
To something somebody else in the family had done right. It didn't necessarily have to be a particular person.
He would do this in front of family members?
I came in one time and he had my pots over there, had those children sitting in the hall and had pots over there, and he had a spoon, and he would tap one on the head and the other one on the head.
Yeah, I think you told us about that earlier. You were talking about the incident where Claudia is in the bathtub and pointing at the razor blade. And I believe either you or someone called an ambulance, and she was taken in an ambulance?
I called an ambulance.
Okay, what, if anything, did James do when you called an ambulance?
He told me to get her out of that house right now, or he was going to hurt her.
Were the ambulance personnel able to come into the home without interference and get Claudia?
He wasn't there when the ambulance came.
Okay,
He had already left.
he had left?
Uh-huh.
Did anyone have to call the police in order to allow the ambulance crew to come into the home?
No.
You had mentioned that James beat Danny's dog to death. Do you know whether or not Danny saw this happening?
Both of the children saw that.
Were you there when that happened?
Uh-huh.
You were there?
I was there when after the dog died and it was laying there in the yard, and the children were really upset and had called their mother on the job. She had called me.
Was this when James was on duty or off duty?
He was on duty.
Was there any particular reason why he beat the dog to death?
I don't know what the reason was. I took the children and I took them home with me.
You?
For the same reason, I guess. He killed the cats. Is the only thing I can.
There was some discussion earlier about your being called, Claudia calling you when things were bad.
Right.
What about your father? Was your father ever called to go over
Oh, yeah.
and intercede?
Many, many, many times. My mother and father were concerned and worried about those children constantly and about their safety. Will you excuse me for a moment?
Yes, certainly. Hi, Mr. Dalis. There was just one other thing that I wanted to ask you about. On the occasions when Danny and Kevin were little boys, when Claudia would be either in your home or they would be with your parents, the times when they would leave James, can you estimate about how many times he took the kids and went away from James?
Would you say 20, 25, 30? Whenever he'd beat the hell out of her, that's when she'd leave. Excuse the expression, but it was a horrible, terrible life.
Now, when she would go back, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the way Danny reacted when he was having to go back.
He would beg his mom not to.
Did he do anything with his shoes?
There is something about the shoes now. You mean Danny about the shoes?
Yeah, Danny, when he was a little boy, if he was over at your parents' house or your house, did he do anything with his shoes when he thought that Claudia was going to take him back to his father's house?
There was not only his shoes, but his clothes also. He would hide his shoes, or one time he threw his shoes out the window.
Where did that happen?
That happened at my mother and daddy's house. Claudia had left James, and I don't think she would have went back at that point because he had really beat them up bad, and he was always threatening her to take the children away from her and put them in an orphan's home or adopt them out. And I'm thinking that she believed him, believed his threats, because he had her convinced that he had authority at the police station.
Do you think that Claudia believed those things?
Yes, I think he had her threatened to the point, because see, he carried out threats with her that he wouldn't carry out with me for fear that something would happen to him. But he felt that she didn't. He had her under his roof, and he was the master of all the situations.
Right now, Claudia is back on Canal Street with James. What effect has that had on various family members as far as your willingness to report him to the police or things of that nature?
In the past, I have wanted to do Claudia's will because of her illness. I don't want to do anything to cause her any pain. She's got enough pain. Claudia is getting close to the end, I'm afraid.
Do you know whether or not you were talking about her physical care? When Claudia was staying with Artie Mae up until 3 or 4 months ago, was there a nurse that went to the home to help?
Yes.
When did she stop having a nurse?
When she went home.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Mitchell. By Mrs. Sedalis, I don't have any other questions. By Mr. Nyland, no questions. By Ms. Singer. Ms. Mitchell, you would have a right to read this deposition to make sure that this lady here has taken down your statement correctly. You can't change your deposition. You can only note on an errata sheet whether or not it's accurately been transcribed. This lady has a computer and a machine here that she's taken everything down. She also has a tape recorder. Most people waive reading and allow the filing of the deposition without having it read, but it's up to you. You need to tell the court reporter what you want to do. When it does get transcribed, you can ask for a copy from Ms. Sedalis, and she can arrange to get you a copy.
Okay, I would like to have a copy.
By Ms. Sedalis, would you like to read it?
Yes.
By Ms. Sedalis, she would like to read it. By Ms. Set Exit, you're going to have to arrange the cost for that. By Ms. Sedalis, I know what to do. By Ms. Singer, you're not described it correctly. By Ms. Sedalis, if you feel like you need to add, if you'd like to add something right now, I certainly would ask we go back on the record. Would you like to add something? By Ms. Singer, is there something that you hadn't been asked you want to put on the record? You need to do that now. You'd like to do that.
No, that's okay. But the reason that I said that, when I get home and I get to thinking about this, I think about other things that was really bad that happened that I could have said, could have.
By Mr. Sedalis, if you can think of any of those things right now, we should get them on the record things later on. By Ms. Singer, right. You can put that on the record.
Put that on there.
By Ms. Sedalis, let's go back on the record for a moment.
Any day now. Why aren't you loading? You've frozen up the other one, and now you won't load this one. Much done. This is Dr. Elizabeth McMahon. What? Where is it? I told you to share screen. Now it says I'm sharing 2 tabs. guess what? I'm really not.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and then returned to the University of Florida for.
Could you state your name, please?
Elizabeth A. McMahon.
And your career occupation, ma'am?
I'm a clinical psychologist.
And how long have you been so employed?
I was licensed in 1975.
Can you please give us your educational background?
Yes. I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida in psychology, a master's degree in psychology from Purdue University. My doctoral degree is in clinical psychology from the University of Florida. I interned at a mental health center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and then returned to the University of Florida for a year and a half postdoctoral fellowship in two areas: the areas of forensic psychology, which is the interface of law and psychology, and the area of neuropsychology, which is the study of brain behavior.
Are you licensed to practice psychology anywhere in the United States?
Yes, I am.
And where would that be, please?
In the state of Florida, and I believe my Washington license is still in effect. State of Washington.
Can you please give us your employment background also, ma'am, particularly as it pertains to the area of psychology?
Yes. Subsequent to my internship at the outpatient mental health center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, I remained there for another year as director of the emergency unit. The Baker Act had just come into effect then, and we were the receiving facility for Broward County. So I then returned to the University of Florida for the year and a half. After my postdoctoral fellowship, I was on the faculty of the Department of Clinical Psychology, Health and Related Sciences at the University of Florida for 2 years, and then went into private practice in 1977 here in Gainesville. I maintained a private practice here until 1987. During that time, I was also adjunct professor in the department or School of Criminology, teaching courses in corrections at the University of Florida. Did hold and still do hold a courtesy appointment in the Department of Psychiatry for the purpose of training forensic fellows in psychiatry, and guest lecturer in the School of Law, the Department of Psychiatry and Department of Psychology. In 1987, I moved to Seattle, and there was the employed for 3 years as the it's called a court evaluator on an inpatient involuntary commitment unit, where it was a 32-bed in-house hospital where we did emergency evaluations and involuntary commitments for anywhere from 72 hours to up to 30 days. In 1990, I then returned to Gainesville and have reopened my private practice and have been in private practice since that time.
Dr. McMahon, when discussing your educational background, you made reference to psychology and neuropsychology. Can you please explain the difference between those two areas of psychology?
Yeah. Psychology is a study of behavior, so maybe the study of animal behavior, human behavior, individual groups, whatever. One of the areas of that is clinical psychology, and that's a study of abnormal or pathological human behavior. As a subspecialty within that, and within the field of clinical psychology, is the study is the area of neuropsychology, which is the study of brain behavior, and it's the study of how the brain functions as measured by or portrayed in behavior. The other area of subspecialty is the area of forensic, which is any and all areas where law and psychology interface. It's that sort of in between, where a foot in both fields.
Have you been involved in any research studies or research programs within the field of psychology?
Yes. Starting back some, I was involved with as a graduate student, doing research in the area of the moral development of children. I've done research in the area of the insanity defense as part of my doctoral dissertation, doctoral program. Research in the area of looking at individuals who have committed violent crimes, specifically homicide, who have received the death penalty versus people accused of the same crime match group of those who received sentence of life imprisonment. Also, while I was in Seattle, I was involved in a broad study. I was the neuropsychologist involved in a broad study looking at alternative healing methods for individuals who were HIV positive.
Are you a member of any professional or psychological associations, please?
Yes, I am.
Give us a random sampling of what those would be.
The American Psychological Association, Florida Psychological Association, International Neuropsychological Society, American College of Forensic Psychology, International Society for the Study of Multiple Personality and Dissociation, American Society for Clinical Hypnosis.
Have you had any publications in the field of psychology?
Yes, I have chapters in 2 books, both of which, one of which in particular is used as a textbook. It's in clinical neuropsychology. I have a chapter in there dealing with that interface of neuropsychology and the law. Also a chapter in a somewhat similar book, clinical neuropsychology, and the year-long study on the HIV positive was published, and submitted one that's in for publication right now.
Are any of these publications that you've either produced yourself or have chapters in, are any of these used in any type of teaching institutions?
The text on clinical neuropsychology is in both departments of clinical neuropsychology and med schools.
Have you presented any papers to any psychological associations or conferences dealing with psychology?
Yes.
And can you give us, first of all, the papers that were presented and the association it was presented to?
Yeah. Florida Psychological Association, I've presented 6 papers dealing in both neuropsychology and forensic psychology. The Southeastern Psychological Association, I presented a paper dealing with ethics. At the annual Ochsner Clinic conference, presented a paper having to do with long-term retrograde amnesia in a homicide perpetrator. For the Florida Bar Continuing Legal Education Program, presented a paper on children as witnesses. In the Charter Hospital of Tampa Bay, presented one on typology of homicide offenders, and the recent Guardian Ad Litem Annual State Conference with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on the dynamics of physical and emotional abuse and neglect.
Involved in any community programs as a clinical or neuropsychologist?
Yes.
Can you give us an example then of the programs or community programs that you're involved in as a psychologist?
Yes, from 1976 to 1987, I was a member of the Florida Center for Children and Youth. In 1977 to 78, I was president of the Alachua County Council on Child Abuse. 78 to 79, I was the chairperson of the advisory board of the Alachua County Council on Child Abuse. And 78 to 87, I was the chairperson of the Committee for Education and Training. 78 to 80, I was a member of the Alachua County Child Advocacy Council.
What is a Child Advocacy Council?
Again, it was a council interdisciplinary group of people here who were looking at some of the problems in delinquency specifically as opposed to dependency. In 78 and 79, I was a member of the advisory committee for the Alachua County Correction Center. From 1980 to 87, and since my return, I've been a member of the advisory board of the Guardian Ad Litem program. I had an opportunity to be one of the ones to initiate that program, and I, with the exception of 3 years when I lived in Seattle, I've been a consultant and trainer as well as a guardian.
What is the Guardian Ad Litem program?
There's a group of people who are undergo a fairly extensive training program subsequent to being screened. They're volunteers from the community who are then trained to represent abused and neglected children in court. They must make an extensive commitment to the child, and they represent the child from the time of appointment of the program, which is typically when the child's removed from the home, until 6 months after the case is settled, either by way of returning the child home or adoption, or however the case gets settled out.
You state that you are in private practice. Now, what does your private practice consist of?
My private practice consists of diagnostics and therapy, more diagnostics because I enjoy diagnostics more.
Please explain what you mean by diagnostics.
Evaluations, doing fairly extensive evaluations on individuals and families. And adult therapy, I see some adolescents, but primarily adults, and have somewhat of an emphasis in the area of multiple personality disorder.
Where do most of your referrals for diagnostics come from?
Well, they come from attorneys, they come from neurologists and neurosurgeons, they come from the Guardian Ad Litem program, they come from the Department of HRS, they come from other therapists. We'll do evaluations only by referral. I don't see anybody who just calls up and says, I want to find out what my IQ is. So it's always by referral for a specific purpose, with a specific goal for it to be utilized for some reason.
Other than testimony as a psychologist, have you had any other experience within the legal community?
Presenting the paper in the the Florida Bar Continuing Education. I've been involved with the College of New Judges. I've done the moot court at the law school.
What type of work do you do with the College for New Judges?
Both instructing and doing some individual kinds of testing with some of the new judges to indicate ways that they might better communicate with and understand attorneys and witnesses in their courtrooms.
Have you ever been recognized as an expert in psychology in a court of law?
Yes.
And first of all, which courts?
I'm sorry.
Which courts?
Of course, county court, state of Florida, state of Maine, state of Georgia, state of Washington, and federal.
Approximately how many times have you been recognized as an expert in psychology by courts? Can you quantify it?
No. 20 years, it's hard to say. No, I don't know.
Would it be safe to say a substantial number of times?
Yes, yeah.
Have you ever been rejected as an expert in the field of psychology by a court?
No.
Have you ever been recognized as an expert in psychology in civil cases?
Yes.
And I assume you would have also been recognized as an expert in criminal cases.
Yes. I was saying, and commit one of the things I did when I was in the state of Washington was that one of the reasons it's hard to say I had to be in court every morning, working with the state attorney's office on involuntary commitments, and that was, I mean, we were in court every day.
The number of times you've been asked to evaluate individuals in criminal cases as a psychologist, criminal cases now.
Somewhere close to 1,000.
The number of
Over
times
1,000.
you've been asked to do an evaluation by a state attorney's office in criminal cases now.
By the state attorney's office, probably no more than half a dozen to a dozen.
And the remaining cases would have been referrals from defense.
Requested by the defense bar.
Of those remaining times, approximately what percentage of the time would you then actually?
Excuse me, wait a minute. When you said criminal, and I was thinking of all of the cases that I've ever done. So that would be at least 1,000 cases that I've done, but not all of those are criminal. I'm sorry.
Can you break that down?
I'd say probably maybe about 800 were criminal, maybe less than that. I'm sorry. I realized after you said that what I was thinking was a little over 1,000 when I look at all the cases together. I've never counted them, but I'm sorry if that was
The
good.
radio's not big enough to put up the big numbers.
No, I just can't remember.
The other remaining times that you've been asked to evaluation by defense attorney, what percentage of the time do you actually testify for the defense? Percentage-wise, one.
Okay, your question is, in criminal cases, if I'm called in by the defense, how many times do I actually come into court and testify? Less than 20%.
What happens with the other 80%?
I'm not very helpful, I guess. Don't render an opinion that the defense attorney thinks is going to help their client.
Okay.
Or it may be that I spend a lot of time, I really try and write reports with the idea that things might be able to settle somehow and frankly, save people the money of going to trial. So whether it's civil or criminal, I sort of try and write with that goal in mind. So it may be that it's helpful in some way at some level and get settled out by way of writing the report. But at least either that or it's not helpful at all, and so I'm never called.
You mentioned before when you were in the state of Washington in working with the hospital there, you said you would meet with the state attorney every morning.
Yes.
Did you work in close conjunction with the state attorney's office in your employment in the state of Washington?
Oh, yes, each facility had to have their own court evaluator, but basically, and we wrote up the petitions, the court evaluators wrote up the petition, but basically it was in conjunction with the state attorney, and it was the state attorney and the court evaluator who filed the petitions together.
Have you ever been called by the state attorney's office to testify in a death penalty case?
Yes, I've been called.
Did you ever testify?
No.
Were you prepared to go forward and offer testimony for the
Yes.
Have you ever been requested to do what is known as clemency reviews?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what clemency reviews are?
At some point subsequent to a death penalty, an individual has what is called a clemency hearing before the clemency board, which is the governor and cabinet. At that time, the attorney representing the defendant presents to the clemency board a packet. Part of what is included in that packet is a psychological evaluation. It's my understanding that I presume that the state offers one too, and it is my understanding that then subsequent to that, each side has 15 minutes of oral arguments.
And how many of these clemency types of proceedings have you been requested to do the psychological evaluation for?
Somewhere around 16.
And how many times have you actually delivered a psychological evaluation that was used for the clemency proceedings?
3.
What happened to the other 13?
Wasn't helpful
For who?
for the defendant.
Have you ever been appointed by the governor to do a review of competency for execution?
Yes,
How many times?
once.
What was your opinion?
That the individual was competent to be executed.
Doctor, at this time, Your Honor, we would offer intended to the court that Dr. McMahon is an expert in the area of psychology, and as such should be permitted to answer hypothetical questions and also render opinions in this position.
Actually qualified to render opinions in clinical psychology.
Thank you, sir. Dr. McMahon, do you know an individual by the name of Danny Harold Rowland?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize or see Mr. Rowland here in the court today?
Yes, he's sitting at the defense table next to Ms. Blount.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask that the record reflect that the witness has accurately identified the defendant, Danny Harold Rowland. Thank you, sir. How did you come to know Mr. Rowland?
Subsequent to an appointment by His Honor, and which I presume was gotten at your request.
Have you had an opportunity to do evaluations on Mr. Rowland?
Yes.
Can you quantify for us the amount of time spent in this evaluation process? First of all, with Mr. Rowland.
Yes. You want me to just go through when I've seen him?
Yes, ma'am.
I saw Mr. Rowling on July 7th, 1993 for a period of roughly 6 hours. I saw him on July 9th for a period of 5.5 hours. I saw him on August 6th for a period of 6 hours. I saw him on October 5th for 3.5 hours. I saw him on October 14th for 2.5 hours. I saw him on November 12th for 2 3/4 hours. I saw him on November 19th for 3.5 hours.
Can you give me the total number of hours that would be?
I think that totals 29.25, somewhere around there.
In the course of your evaluation, Mr. Rowling, did you review other materials?
Yes.
Without going into each specific piece of material you were asked to evaluate, can you just break it down into blocks or areas of materials that you reviewed in preparation for your evaluation?
Yes, I listened to the tapes of Danny Rawlings with Bobby Lewis, done at Florida State Prison. I listened to the tapes of Ms. Claudia Rowling. I have reviewed all of the mental health reports from both individuals and institutions. The summary of events put together by, I assume it was the FDLE task force. The chronology of events put together by Sandra London. All of the investigative reports of the inmates at the Marion County Jail. The investigative reports having to do with one or several women with whom Danny Rawlings had contact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 depositions, including his attorney, former attorney, all family members, Robert Lewis, Dr. Sid Marin, his mother.
Did you do any personal interviews in preparation for this case?
Yes, I interviewed his brother Kevin and his aunts Artie Mae Strozier, Nadine, forgotten her last name, I'm sorry, Johnson, and Agnes Miller.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
Approximately how many hours, I know it's an approximation, approximately how many hours did you spend in reviewing and going over these materials?
I'd have added them all up if I'd known I was going to be asked.
Can you give a rough approximation?
I'm certainly heading up above 40 to 50 hours, and I don't know beyond that. It seemed like a lot.
In the course of your evaluations with Mr. Rowling, I believe you said you are a psychologist, correct?
Right.
And as part of your profession, I believe you administer psychological testing.
Yes.
In this case, did you administer any psychological testing?
Yes.
Can you please give us just an inventory of the psychological testing that you performed on Mr. Rowling? And
All
I
right.
think maybe in all fairness to the jury and everything, did you administer both clinical psychological tests and neuropsychological tests?
Yes.
Let me see if I can dispense with one area really quickly. Approximately how many neuropsychological tests did you perform, Mr. Rowling?
$18.
What is the purpose of neuropsychological tests?
It assesses the functioning of the various areas of the brain, both individually and in concert. So we're looking at basically higher cortical functions. There's no doubt that Danny Rawlings can see and hear and touch and feel and things like that. So the very basic levels, what they call at level 1 of the brain is operative. Level 2 of the brain we know is operative because he doesn't run into things. He can distinguish where things are and he knows how to get around things. So that level. So what we're really looking at is what's called level 3 of the brain, which is the integrative functions of the brain, the higher cognitive executive functions of the brain. So I'm looking at things like his ability to abstract, his ability to use language, his ability to remember both verbal material that's given to him and nonverbal material that's given to him. Basically, I'm just looking at, is the brain operative, all areas operative at the level that one would expect given his IQ, because the first thing one looks at is his IQ. So within the parameters of his IQ, is his brain operating at the level at which one would expect in terms of the individual areas? And then is it operating in concert? In other words, in an integrative manner in the way one would expect it to operate.
Did you find any neurological impairment as a result of your neuropsychological testing to Mr. Moore?
The only area that was in any question whatsoever was his verbal memory, and that is that it was just a little lower than what one would expect. I think in the past I've tended to use the term static in the system. And what that means is that there's no significant deficit that somebody would be able to pick up, probably that he can pick up or that anybody observing him would pick up. But on structured, measured tests, he does not come up to par what one would expect in the area of verbal memory. Now, there are a lot of reasons for this. Can be a structural problem, can be a functional problem. He is distractible, can be distractibility. He has some other reasons that might be, that might exist. So would I say that he has cognitive deficits on the basis of simply that? No. Basically, I would see this as, for all intents and purposes, a neuropsychological evaluation that is what we would call within normal limits.
How about clinical psychological testing? Did you do any of those?
Okay. The IQ test is part of a clinical test. It's part of everything. I mean, that's sort of a baseline, and so we do that with everything. So certainly the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale Revised, which is an individual measure of cognitive intellectual functioning. That's one. The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory is a second. That is okay, let me back up a minute. Beyond the Wechsler, beyond the IQ test, we're now getting into personality evaluation. And from here on out, things are, we may call them tests, but they're really procedures. They're done a little differently because the personality is a very, very complex phenomena. And we can't just do one cross-section and feel like we've got a good measure of it. It's a matter of looking at it in many levels, which is why we use a battery, why we use probably 6, 7, 8 different procedures, is trying to get at the personality in different levels. So as, again, to put it together, we don't look at any one response, any one procedure. We look at the patterns that emerge from all of it. So trying to look at that. Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. This is 567 true-false statements that the individual answers. That has to do with how they view themselves in the world and themselves in the world, themselves as they function within the world. It yields a profile of 10 clinical scales, and we look at them in terms of the pattern of elevations on the scale in terms of how the individual is telling us they feel. It also has a built-in validity measure so that we can have some sense of whether or not the individual is trying to look good, trying to look bad, or answering pretty okay. Administered a Rorschach, which is an ink blot test, the infamous ink blot test, which is, again, a measure of a little bit deeper underlying psychodynamics. We have some idea of, get some sense of what are the underlying conflicts, what are the individual's defense mechanisms, how do they cope with anxiety, what is the mechanism for dealing with the world, how do they see the world in terms of perceptions, how do they interpret their world in terms of process, not necessarily content. We look at things like how do they handle emotions, can they modulate their emotions? Do they have some sort of cognitive control over their emotions? Or are they pretty explosive, and all those sorts of things? So that's what we're looking at that level. I did projective drawings with him. Again, we're doing the same sort of thing, trying to look at how an individual functions within their world, what are their underlying psychodynamics. and particularly family kinds of things as well as individual kinds of things. The hand test is another projective that has been used and was developed primarily with violent individuals. It is, again, a projective measurement in which we look more at, this is a little bit more toward the surface now than the Rorschach, and it's more things like, what are the behavioral tendencies? So we have some measure of the underlying dynamics, and we have some measures of things more on the surface. Symptom checklist, I did just as a way of seeing what Danny Rawlings would indicate to me. He felt his distress was what things were distressing him. The dramatic apperception test is a series of pictures in which we ask an individual to tell us a story. We structured a little more than that, but they're asked to tell us a story. And basically, we're looking at the themes in that and with whom they identify, how they see interactions between people, among people, of different age levels that could be construed as family, may not be construed as family, could be work, could be friends, could be spouse. And what we're looking at is what are the different themes, what are the needs, how do they resolve problems, what do they see as conflict situations. Finally, with Mr. Rawlings, I did a series of what's called associative measures. I did these because the question had been raised at some point that there might be a question of multiple personality disorder. So I did 3 measures of that to look at the question of multiple personality disorder, and that is the dissociative experiences scale, dissociative disorder interview, and what's called the SKID. Now I can't remember what it stands for. Thank you. Thanks. So the last 3 were for that purpose only, to look at the question of whether or not a multiple personality exists.
Doctor, you said that you administer these tests to check for the emergence of certain patterns. In reviewing the results of this test, did you find any patterns that emerged?
Do you guys think that looking at ink blots and telling someone what you see says anything about your personality? I can see maybe, because I've never done an ink blot test, but I've done the thing, where you look in the clouds and you look to see look, that cloud looks like a bunny or whatever. I think you can tell, not like a personality of a person. You can maybe tell what's on their mind. You can certainly tell if someone has a dirty mind, but my stepdaughter draws. She made me a beautiful, beautiful Beauty and the Beast picture. And it's Beauty and the Beast, and they're standing facing each other, and their hands are touching. And it's like an abstract. There's no details. It's just the outline. And the beast is the outline of the beast, but inside the huge beast is the outline of a man. And it's so pretty and so cool and so creative. Not just the pretty painting, but the fact that she put the man inside of the beast. And in between them, the void in between them, doesn't look quite like what my husband's ex-wife says it looks like. Not at all. I do not see it. But she keeps saying that it looks like the P word in the middle of the picture. And no, it doesn't. You have a dirty mind. It does not look like that. No, Flash, we're talking about the ink blot. Excuse me. The ink blot test. How they use that to tell you about a person's personality by what they think the pictures are. Right, pareidolia. Yeah, that's my favorite pareidolia thing ever. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. You know that, well, I don't know if you've seen them or not. Like the hooks on the wall in bathrooms to hang your stuff up, or like, I know they have them in gyms. They have them like in kids' classrooms. They're just a little hook. They're like a hook. They have like 2 hooks on them, and the hooks are kind of like different sizes. And then there's little like nails or screws where they're screwed in. And then I saw one on the back of a bathroom door in the women's room where it's in there for women to put their purses on. Drunken octopus, yes! Someone wrote underneath it, drunken octopus wants to hold your purse. And I was like, oh my God. And once you see, you can't unsee it once you see it. So, that's the concept. And it's just the way our brain works. It's the way our brains are hardwired to work. Another one is, I'm getting way off topic. Another one is the face on Mars. That's not a face, that's a mountain. It just looks like a face. So I don't know what it says about personality. I mean, it might say what is on your mind, which I guess could be useful in evaluating someone. But I don't know how much it says about your personality. Okay. Oh, and no, I did not watch the Scott Peterson thing because I don't have Netflix. I wanted to, and I thought I had Netflix, but it tried to renew when I didn't have any money in the bank. I live paycheck to paycheck, so. And I don't really watch it. I just went through and like got rid of a bunch of my streaming services because I watch YouTube all the time and I rarely watch my streaming services. And I was like, you know what? These are actually a waste of money. If there's something that comes on that I want to watch, then I can get it for like a month and watch that. And okay. I have not heard of that one. Cultural differences, yeah. He may get a new trial for real? Is it because of the okay, this is gonna get me way off track. Because of the robbers across the street theory? 2 things can be true at once. He can be a POS husband and somebody else could have killed her. But I still think he did it. But I guess I do need to watch that. Oh, DNA testing. Okay, well, I guess I need to get Netflix again and watch that and then cancel it again.
Yes.
Could you please give to the jury the patterns that you found from the psychological testing?
Yep.
Make me little again.
Okay. Basically, what I found to exist with Danny Rolling is that he is certainly in contact with reality. I found no evidence of what we call a major thought disorder. That is, he's not schizophrenic, he's not psychotic, he's not out of touch with reality. I found no evidence of what we call a major affect disturbance, otherwise known as manic depressive or bipolar. Found no indication of that. So I found an individual who's in contact with reality. He's in the here and now, and although his reality ties in the sense of his clarity of perceptions may become a little clouded or a little loose at times in the presence of high anxiety, that does not reach, for the most part, a psychotic proportion. In other words, he's not walking around out of touch with reality. He knows where he is and what he's doing. He is an individual who is likely to hold a number of mistaken beliefs. By that I mean that there are times when he is likely to misperceive what is going on around him and then hold that misperception, and it becomes a belief for him. He's highly anxious with a great deal of insecurity and a great deal of apprehension as to what lies ahead of him. There was a good deal of tension, stress, and anxiety indicated throughout the testing. And let me say that the testing was quite consistent across the board. In other words, the patterns that emerged from each thing were quite integrative. In the sense that he senses, or his perception is, that there are ego-threatening forces in his environment which threaten the very organization of his personality. He's not sure where this comes from. He has virtually no insight into his own dynamics. So he feels anxious and has no sense of where it's coming from. It's just overwhelming for him. When that happens, his perceptual clarity, there is a decrease in his perceptual clarity. In other words, he is likely to misperceive, not only misinterpret, which is another level, but he's likely to misperceive in the face of high anxiety. His personality is extremely impoverished. By that, I mean he has virtually no internal resources. Danny Rolling runs on maximum most of the time. That means he is using everything he has to keep moving all the time. And by keeping moving, I mean to face every day's task. With most of us, we have a reservoir of internal resources to draw on. Something happens, some crisis occurs, some trauma occurs. We can kind of back up, regroup, reach down and draw on strengths. There's a resiliency, there's a determination, there's a way of figuring out a problem-solving ability, way of figuring out what we ought to do, and then strength to get there. With Danny Rolling, he doesn't have that. He's running at maximum. He's using everything he's got just to get through. A lot of impoverishment in internal resources. Also an impoverishment in terms of emotional experiences in his life. He keeps a tight rein. His ways of dealing with his emotions are to keep them very superficial. He may be very superficially appropriate to what's going on, but they're not his own genuine emotions. He's, if you will, playing a role. I don't mean that he's doing that intentionally, but he's displaying whatever emotions he feels is appropriate at the time, but what has nothing to do with what they're his genuine emotions. They are simply what he has learned to do in the social situation. His defense mechanisms when he gets highly anxious are what we call repressive and constrictive. And by that I mean that what he tends to do is just shut it down, stifle it, step on it. Doesn't deal with it, just loads it up, stuff it down. Constricts. In other words, he's less likely, he becomes virtually inflexible. He's likely to do the same thing over and over again, even though it's wrong, even though it doesn't work. He'll do it again and again and again because he's that constrictive. So he lacks flexibility in terms of ways of handling his anxiety or resolving problems when he is anxious. He has very poor emotional controls. So that although these emotions are repressed and they're stuffed down, obviously they do get expressed periodically. They are highly likely when they get expressed to be expressed in an uncontrolled way, or let me say, in a very poorly controlled way, and maybe at some points uncontrolled. With most of us, when we express any emotion, it is modulated by our cognitive processing. In other words, there is some thought that's going on at the same time that we're expressing it. And we're thinking about, even whether we're consciously aware that we're thinking about it, we're thinking about, is this appropriate emotion? Is the intensity of my emotion appropriate? Is the target of my emotion appropriate? Am I doing what's appropriate? Am I doing what I need to be doing, should be doing, what I ought to be doing? With Danny, there's little of that. It's just there it is. And there's very little cognitive modulation. There is some, but little. So he has very poorly controlled emotional responses. He's extremely immature, very immature. There's a great impairment in empathy. That's not surprising if somebody's immature, since empathy is something that tends to come with maturity. Empathy in the sense that he does not know how to put himself in another person's shoes and appreciate what they're feeling. He may be able to verbalize it, but he cannot, in truth, put himself into somebody else's shoes and understand what it is they're feeling, they're going through, what their reactions may be. So there's very, very little empathy or ability to take another person's place. A lot of unmet needs for dependency and affection, greatly unmet needs. Now, these are needs that start in childhood. And when we don't get them met in childhood, what we tend to do, particularly if we don't read a lot of self-help books or get ourselves to a therapist, is that we tend to run around as adults trying to get these kinds of needs for affection and dependency met in childlike ways. And this he does. They're still at the level of childhood unmet needs for dependency and affection. Tends to be suspicious. He tends to have a lot of repressed hostility and anger to the point of rage. There's a lot of underlying dynamic aggression, meaning aggression that is simply within his internal system, not aggression that's necessarily out here or even directed out here, except at times. There's a lot of internal anger, more than that, hostility, more than that, rage. He tends to be in large part depressed a good part of the time, fairly sad, fairly remote, fairly distanced from people. He can interact in a superficial way, but he perceives himself as being different from outside the mainstream and unable to relate well. And I'm not saying just now, I'm saying these are longstanding traits I'm talking about. A lot of feelings of inadequacy, of hopelessness, of insecurity. A lot of very immature, demanding of attention and, as I said, affection. Tends to be somewhat unrealistic and grandiose in his own appraisal of himself. Again, that's sort of the flip side of somebody whose own needs for attention and affection and dependency have never been met. It's sort of like when they have to meet them themselves, they kind of go overboard. I think that's sort of it.
That's the profile that emerged?
Those are the main patterns that emerge from the personality evaluation. And by the way, he is of average intelligence, just to throw that in.
In the course of taking these examinations, Doctor, was there any signs of malingering on Mr. Rowland's part? No.
The validity scales on the MMPI were fine. In other words, that was valid, and that's the only thing that's really formal. When people do try and fake these, and I'm not saying that in 20 years somebody hasn't faked me out and faked me out royally, and obviously if they fake me out really well, I don't know it, so I have to say I guess they've done it. But there are, the person tries to fake in a way that the average layman thinks a person would look. on these, and so they give you pretty strange responses because they do things the way the layman thinks the brain works, or what they think would be a really horrendous response on the Rorschach or something of that sort. There was absolutely none of that. At no time was Danny Rolling other than cooperative. I think he attempted to do his very best on everything that he could. I think he was, in other words, ego involved in what he was doing. I got no sense that he was trying to run a rap on me at all. I gave him plenty of opportunity to do that. I gave him plenty of opportunity to endorse bizarre and far out sorts of things, and he did none of that. So the one and only thing in terms of his demeanor was there were times when he was distractible, but distractible in the sense of the way a child is. Other than that, his whole way of dealing with the testing and the whole evaluation was, I felt he was doing his best. I felt he was honest. I felt he was being as open with me as he could be. Doesn't mean that everything he told me was absolutely true, but I think it was true from his perception.
Doctor, in utilizing the psychological tests, is this something that you exclusively utilize in arriving at conclusions and opinions?
No.
This would be one part of the total picture?
Right.
The total process that you use in an evaluation?
And for me, it's a major part. I mean, this is what I'm a clinical psychologist for, but this must be integrated within the context of what other people, the kind of feedback, the kind of information you get from other people, history, always do a history. In terms of interview, the clinical observations while you're dealing with someone, all these sorts of things.
How was his conduct and demeanor when you taking these tests? Anything unusual or strange?
No, he was very pleasant. He was very cooperative. I felt he was trying. As I said, he was distractible at times in an immature way, in the sense that I felt there were times when he allowed other things to take priority over the fact that he was being evaluated, knowing that today was going to be coming at some point, and that perhaps that should have been the foremost thing in his mind.
Would that type of demeanor or conduct be consistent with the patterns you just announced that you saw prevalent in the psychological testing?
Yes.
Doctor, from your evaluations and from the testing that you conducted on Mr. Rolling, did you arrive at any conclusions as to whether or not Mr. Rolling has any psychological disorders?
Yes.
What would the psychological disorders consist of?
Okay. Let me preface what I'm going to say by saying that we work in terms of diagnoses, but one must understand that, as somebody said recently, nature does not satisfy man's need to have everything in nice little compartments. Man's need to have everything in nice little compartments. We would like people to fit nicely and neatly into DSM-3 categories, and they don't always do that. But
what is DSM-3?
That's the Bible that is used in terms of diagnoses. And under each diagnosis, there's a little box, and it says it's sort of like a Chinese menu. You get 3 of these and 2 of those. Somebody must have at least 6 of, but not more than 8 of the following criteria, whatever. And it's done by a committee. It's developed, and it's a way of sort of shorthand. And it's a way of communicating, and it has its place. But I must say I have problems, particularly with somebody with the complexity of Mr. Rolling. I have difficulty when trying to fit this person into a nice, neat box. However, having said that, I would, in my clinical judgment, within a reasonable degree of psychological probability, I would diagnose Danny Rolling as having primarily a borderline personality disorder with antisocial disorder features. And that is a secondary diagnosis. He also has features of a histrionic personality, a narcissistic personality, a dependent personality, features of dissociative disorder, and features of paraphilia.
Why don't we start off with...
Doesn't fit nicely in a little box.
Well, let me start off with the major diagnosis you give, which is the borderline personality disorder.
Okay.
Can you please explain to the jury the disorder known as borderline personality disorder? And in doing that, please talk about the features of this disorder.
Yeah. A borderline personality disorder, any and all personality disorder is, or all of them are, indications of a stunted psychological development. They're not what we call, major mental disorder. We're not talking schizophrenia. We're not talking bipolar. We're talking character disorder, sometimes called personality disorder. What this means is that somewhere along the line in development, this person was stunted, stopped, dwarfed, didn't grow. The borderline personality disorder is one that does have both cognitive and emotional features to it. So it's in addition to just the behavior, there are cognitive and emotional features to it.
I think Doctor's going to have to explain
Okay.
cognitive
I'm
features.
sorry. Cognitive features meaning mental, how one thinks. Some of the personality disorders simply address behavior.
Can you give us an example?
Antisocial. It's one that just addresses behavior. And this is why I'm saying that I feel he has both, but the primary is borderline, because we always use for the primary diagnosis that which encompasses the most data or the most aspect of a person. So let me first get his behavior out of the way. His behavior is antisocial, clear cut. His behavior is antisocial. However, along with that, there are a lot of mental and emotional components to Danny Rolling, which are pathological. The aspects of the borderline personality disorder as defined by DSM-3 that I feel he meets. He does have a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of over-idealization and devaluation. The most clear cut of that, evidence of that, is Danny's ambivalent feelings about his dad. He highly values his dad. He'll tell you right off the bat, his dad was a military hero. His dad's a good provider. His dad provided stability. His dad tried and did the best he could. And then turn around and give you a lot of the other side of it. My dad abused me. My dad beat me. My dad beat my mom. My dad did this and that. Very negative. And this varies. I mean, we're talking way out on the extremes when he's telling you this. There are other people also that he feels this way about, that his relationships have been short-lived. His relationships have been very intense to begin with, and then quickly women that he's dealt with, we'll talk about. The third date, he wants to move to Sarasota. He's going to pick up, move, so that he can be near this individual by the third date. By the sixth date, they're not seeing each other anymore. Okay, impulsiveness in at least two areas that are potentially self-damaging. Spending, sex, substance use, shoplifting, reckless driving, etc. Certainly Danny Rolling has at least two of those: sex, shoplifting. Affective instability, marked shifts from baseline mood to depression, irritability, or anxiety, usually lasting a few hours and only rarely more than a few days. Everyone has talked about the fact of Danny Rolling's mood swings. Everybody that I've interviewed, everybody that I've read their depositions. I have observed these mood swings with him very quickly, almost instantaneously. He can go from depressed, tearful, laughing, angry, frustrated, doesn't matter. It's like he's on a roller coaster. Now, they're not as extremes as somebody who's manic depressive. I need to keep this real clear. They don't go to that extreme. He's not that high to be considered even hypomanic. He's not that low to be considered severely depressed. But he does get depressed, he does get down, he does get up, and his mood shifts. Some people see this as being very superficial. Borderline personality people will tell you that their feelings are not superficial at all, that they're very, very intense. They just shift rapidly. When we're on the outside looking at this looks like they're very superficial. Having done therapy with a number of borderline patients, I tend to believe what they say, that their feelings are very intense. In fact, that sometimes they feel like they're about to be overwhelmed by their feelings, but that they shift rapidly as opposed to they're superficial. I don't think he's being superficial. I think he's just shifting rapidly. And inappropriate, intense anger or lack of control of anger with frequent displays of temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights. I think Danny Rolling has a history of this. He has a history of angry episodes. I mentioned the rage that was obvious in his testing. I think the very fact that we're here today reflects that level, an extreme level of rage that is uncontrolled. I saw that level of rage only a few times. I think I characterized it to Mr. Kearns that it was like suddenly a door opened and you just got to peek inside for a moment, and the desire was to shut the door very quickly. Danny Rolling still is a very, very rageful individual. Is in no way in touch with that. Describes himself very differently. A marked and persistent identity disturbance manifested by uncertainty about at least two of the following: self-image, could be sexual orientation, long-term goals or career choice, type of friends, desired and preferred values. In my clinical opinion, Danny Rolling has an identity disturbance in these areas, in that he's not even matured enough to the point where he's given these things real serious consideration. So it's not so much that he is variable about it, it's that he doesn't even think about it. So he's not even there yet. Chronic feelings of emptiness or boredom. That's reflected both in his test material and in his restlessness, his constant being on the move, his constant making friends and moving on, making friends and moving on, making friends and moving on, that kind of very, I'll say, superficial relationships. And the frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. Abandonment is a very, very large issue with these people. With borderline personalities, they have been abandoned as children, either physically or emotionally, and they then see abandonment, whether it exists or not, in other people's behavior. If one simply wants to move a little ways back from them, distance a little ways in terms of a relationship, they view that as abandonment and get all wigged out about it. That's not a clinical term. Get all, likely to get upset and perhaps even get disorganized. He has the disturbances in cognitive style that we see in these folks. He has that overgeneralization, the lack of the difficulty in focusing attention. Saw that in his test material. The loss of relevant detail, saw that in his test material. He has a way, if you ask him about things in terms of his history, or things that you wish for him to relate to you, he tends to do two things. He gives you a very global idea of it, and he gives you an emotional impression. Let me see. Danny, tell me something about what it was like in your household. Tell me how your parents reacted if you brought home a bad report card. And his response would be, it was horrible. No. Tell me what they did. Tell me what happened. What was the consequence? It was horrible. It was terrible. No, Danny. Tell me how they go back over and over to get him to facts, not emotions. This is very typical. In terms of his confessions to Bobby Lewis are exquisite examples of borderline thinking. And that is, if I confess directly, then that's the same as committing suicide, because I might get the death penalty. But if I confess through this person, if I tell him and he tells you, then that's okay. No. No. There's a gap here. There's a slippage in the logic of that. And that's just very typical of these folks, of how they reason. Danny does get disorganized under stress. His thinking does become confused and disorganized, cannot reason logically. Tendency to short circuit thought with action. Yes, his way of handling his anxiety is to respond behaviorally. When he gets anxious, he does something. He doesn't sit and deal with the anxiety or deal with the source of anxiety. He wants to do something. He wants to short circuit the discomfort of the anxiety. They do claim to feel their own feelings intensely. Danny does. Claims to be overwhelmed by his own feelings. That's true. He does. Cannot maintain a neutral or conflict-free relationship. I don't think he ever has. There's nothing historically it says. Intrudes personal issues into tasks. I saw this repeatedly over the 6 or 7 days that I did the evaluations, asking him to do something objectively, and in 30 seconds, he had it personalized. He would turn it into telling me something about himself personally. He could not stay on an objective task or topic. He would immediately turn it into something personal. Evoke strong feelings in others. Rapid changes of mood in response to environmental stimuli. I think I've already stated that. And major moods are depression, anger, neediness, and emptiness. As I perceive him clinically, that's Danny Rolling from a psychological point of view. He also obviously has antisocial behavior, no question. He meets the criteria of antisocial behavior. He has histrionic behavior. He's very theatrical. That is his way of displaying himself, is to be theatrical in the way and very intense. And I don't mean that I did not mean that in a pejorative way. I mean it in a clinical way. He's being theatrical in the sense that that's how Danny thinks and feels. He's not trying to run a rap again, or is he trying to manipulate? We all manipulate each other. Of course, he's trying to convey something by his behavior. He's trying to convey the intensity of his feelings, but he gets dramatic when he does it. Narcissistic, yes. He's narcissistic in the way that a very small child is narcissistic. He's very egocentric. He's the center. Things must always come back to him. He's very dependent, yes. The paraphilia, I believe, has probably been addressed, and I only looked at that somewhat. I took the history. I know that he has a history of voyeurism. That started when he was 15. It continued until the time he was incarcerated. It crossed the line in going from simply voyeurism to voyeurism leading to violence at some point. It was an obsession, not just an occasional recreation. It got to the point where it was all the time. It was not only fulfilled a sexual need in him, but fulfilled even more so and early on, the emotional need of allowing him to feel himself part of another family. It was an escape mechanism, a way to get away from situations at home that were uncomfortable. He'd go be a part of another family. He would stand and watch people until he had their whole, and not just until, but he did have their whole daily schedule down. He knew when people were going to get up and fix breakfast and go to work and who went out the door first and all of that. And by knowing that, when we know something, we have cognitive control over it. By having that kind of cognitive control, he could make himself part of that family. So it served two purposes for him. It served the sexual outlet, but it also served the emotional need. The other thing in terms of his dissociation, in my clinical opinion, Danny has a dissociative disorder, which is known as a possession disorder or possession syndrome. He has talked about Gemini. Gemini is, let me back up. Danny was raised in and became very active in a very fundamentalist church. He studied the Bible very intensely. He knows it well. He can quote it. It's an integral part of his life. Although that may seem very contradictory, it is. Again, the borderline tends to be very contradictory in that way. when Danny can accept the sexual urges within himself that led to the voyeurism and that even led, as he sees it, that it was the sexual urges that led to the rapes. Danny, I don't think to this day understands rape as being an act of rage, an act of hostility, an act of degradation. He does not see it that way. In no way can he accept, or is he even able to come close to acknowledging the rage that is within him. That is, if you ask Danny to describe himself, he will, in my clinical opinion, very genuinely, give you a picture of a gentle, loving, caring, passive, all these different things, individual, which he is a good part of the time. As long as that little door isn't opened, he is that way. He has kept that door closed on that rage, and he cannot accept that. So what he's done is that rage has become compartmentalized, or what we call dissociated. It's out here, it's somebody else, it's not me, it's Gemini. So he will say that it is Danny that is the voyeur, it's Danny that robbed, it's Danny that raped, but it's Gemini that killed. Because that's what he cannot accept. And I don't mean he can't accept it in the sense that he's saying the devil made me do it or I'm not responsible. Danny has said repeatedly, it was my body, my hand, I was the one that was there, I did this. He has not varied from that. So it's not that this is a way of getting out of anything in terms of society or the law. It is a way of not acknowledging internally for himself his own rage, which he just can't look at. So to get him to a point of saying, Danny, tell me what you were thinking when you went in that apartment. Or what were you thinking when you approached this woman? What were you feeling, Danny? Danny can't get close to that. I don't know, that was Gemini. I mean, he can get right up to that point, and then it's, I don't know, that was Gemini. Can't get him there even now because he still can't look at that horrible bottomless pit that's the reservoir of rage he has within himself. So he must, the only way of dealing with that and the urges that come from that and the behavior that has resulted from that is to encapsulate it out here, and that's Gemini.
I call BS.
That is the dissociative part.
This possession syndrome, is it recognized in the DSM-3 manual?
In the
DSM-3?
DSM-3. In the DSM-3, it would be a dissociative disorder not otherwise specified. It is now in the International Classification of Diseases, which is the larger done by the World Health Organization. It is in there. And the DSM-3 is sort of a part of that, or a way to be compatible with that. It has been in what's called the options book, which is the working plan of the committee that puts together the DSM, which means Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. And it will be in DSM-4, which was supposed to, I think, will be out this year. It will be in Appendix A as proposed disorders that need further study as a specific syndrome. Until such time as that's out, it is simply called dissociative disorder, not otherwise specified, which is that sort of a thing at the end of the chapter where you group everything that you know is some kind of disorder, but they don't have a little box for it in the preceding 4 pages. So you dump it all at the end.
Is there any other syndrome that's close in approximation to it?
Well, there's what's called possession, which is, there's a difference. Possession is a phenomena where an individual experiences something that is in accord with the cultural beliefs. Okay, and it's manifested in a way, in other words, a number of people might have it and it would look the same in all of these people in a particular culture. And it's brought about by, or it's accepted by the culture in which from which the person comes. Now, in the sense that spirits which influence one's life is accepted by Danny's culture in the sense of the church in which he was reared, yes. But the possession syndrome is unique to each individual for two reasons. One, it's going to be manifested or shown or evidenced in terms of that individual, not in terms of a cultural norm or mores or you're not going to find a lot of people walking around with Gemini. And the other thing is that it is a psychological. Nobody's saying that there is, in fact, some independent entity that has anything to do with Danny. Danny does, but I'm saying the rest of us are not saying that. It is that it's a psychological defense mechanism, and it simply takes the form of when one dissociates that aspect out.
I'm sorry, did I blow your eardrums out? It's just so stupid. Well, he doesn't remember the killings because that was Gemini. That is just so stupid. I'm sorry.
That one cannot accept. It's not in the form of like a multiple personality disorder or in the form of what we call fugue states, where a person has amnesia and winds up in another town with another identity, another name, and all like that. Those are all kinds of dissociative disorders. This one is that when that part of the individual that they can't accept now takes on a supernatural description, name, way of being. In other words, Danny will say it's a spirit. It's mainly intellect. It doesn't talk to me in terms of words. I can feel it. I can sense its presence. I know when it's here. It loves the dark, not the light. He can tell you all about it, and he tells you about it in supernatural or religious type terms. So in that sense, that's why it's called a possession disorder or possession syndrome disorder, not possession.
Did you verify whether or not this possession syndrome was going to come out in the new manual?
Yes. I called someone who shares office space with the publisher. Said that it's coming out.
Let me go back to the borderline for a second. Is there any connection between, well, let me go to another area, then I'll try to tie up the two together. From reviewing your materials and your interview with Danny Harold Rowling, did you ever come to any conclusions as to whether or not Mr. Rowling came from an abusive background?
Several things. First of all, the overwhelming majority of people who are diagnosed as borderline personality have an abusive history. Doesn't mean that everybody who's abused is going to be borderline or that everybody who's borderline is abused, but the overwhelming majority, very, very high incidence of borderline personality disturbances are found in people who are the product of severely abusive backgrounds. Danny Rowling says that he was abused. Everyone that I either talked to or read about who had had contact with his family spoke of the dysfunction in the family, the abuse, most, in some respect, the physical abuse, certainly the emotional abuse on the part of his father, the inability of his mother to protect him from that, with two exceptions. One was his brother, who simply said, I can't remember, said I have large memory gaps. I would get out of there. I tried not to know.
Dr. White, while you're on the subject of Mr. Kevin Rowling, did you have an opportunity to meet with the brother?
Yes.
And how long did that last?
Looked it up, I believe, about 2 hours. Yes, 2 hours.
What can you,
And I read his deposition. Excuse me.
and when and where was that meeting at?
Motel up on 13th Street. Days Inn or whatever, it used to be the Howard Johnson, up on 13th Street. He and his wife were there for the evening, and he was tired and wished not to come to my office, and he asked me to come there, and I agreed to do that. He asked his wife to leave while we talked, and she did, and so I had an opportunity to interview him by himself.
And could you just, I think you were getting ready to testify as to what Kevin Rowling's perceptions of the family life was like.
Yeah. He spoke about leaving home as soon as he could, wanting to be away from there, saying whatever I don't remember much about my childhood except I know it wasn't good. It was very difficult for me to go back after I was in the service. At one point, I think the Bryce Hospital records speak of him describing it as like living on the edge of a volcano. He talked about, he even used the term at one point when asked what occurred in the household. I think the question was being asked in terms of his father's reaction to something that Danny had done. And he said, I don't know, I dissociated, I just got out of there.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that he was using dissociated in a clinical way, but
Was this in his interview with you or in his deposition that you reviewed?
I believe that was in his deposition.
Okay. When he used that term, did that cause you any concern?
Well, as I just said, I would not take that to be in the clinical sense, dissociated. I would take that to be in the layman's sense of distancing himself from what was going on. And to me, as well as in the interview, his message was, or repeated statements were, I don't remember this. I've been told this. I know this, but I don't remember this. He could remember little bits and pieces. For instance, he could remember Danny being put into the patrol car, taken to the juvenile shelter, but he couldn't remember what went on before or after. He could remember that Danny had been caught for voyeurism when he was an adolescent and been brought home, and that his parents were upset, but he couldn't remember. I think that's the one where he said, I dissociated. And he said repeatedly about he didn't want to know. He didn't ask questions. And I think his statement was, I didn't want any more grief. I didn't want to know. So there's Kevin, and then Mr. Rowling, who, Danny's father, Kevin's father, who in letters, and I've read Dr. Kropp's deposition subsequent to his interview with Mr. Rowling, simply denies everything and basically, I think, attempts to portray himself in an extremely favorable light. In one letter, he basically blames most everything on Danny's ex-wife, and in the other one, blames everything on either Danny or his mother and her family. So someone else, and in some respects, law enforcement and the state, and so it's always somebody else's fault.
Which would have a greater effect on an individual, physical abuse or emotional abuse?
Basically, emotional abuse is what we know or have found to have the greatest destruction of the core of a person. Being told I hate by a parent, by a caretaker, by the one on whom you rely for life, your emotional life, even more importantly than your physical life. I hate you. I wish you'd never been born. You're not mine. You're stupid. You're no good. You'll never amount to anything. Get out of my way. Get away from me. Why don't you leave? Threatening. These things destroy the very core of a child. The very core of a child.
What effect does this type of abuse have on a child? I mean, what are the long-term effects of this on this individual as a mature?
Well, yeah, there are a number. Some of the more obvious ones, the child has, a sense of paranoia, if you will, a sense of distrust, a sense of suspiciousness toward people, because the very ones that you've gone toward or thought you could go toward to help have been the very ones that have hurt. So they grow up with a real sense of distrust. They grow up not having learned social skills, particularly those things that have to do with interacting with other people, and most especially in a close relationship, close emotional kind of relationship. They don't have those kind of social skills, whether we're talking about just friends or we're talking about eventually then picking a mate. We see temper tantrums in little kids. We see hostility in older kids. We see a lot of rebelliousness. We see a lot of, if their parents, oftentimes being abusive to their children. But what we're realizing is that oftentimes they don't grow up necessarily to be abusive to their own kids, but they're abusive to society. They're abusive to other people out there. They're violent, basically. We see the hostility coming on early in late childhood, or we see it more delayed. And what happens is when they reach adulthood, then what we're seeing is real violence. We're seeing people that to the average individual look sort of depressed, not very bright, not very pleasant. And underneath that is, a real clinical depression. There's a real depression of cognitive functioning. These people just don't, they're not real sharp. They don't think real clearly a lot of times. We're seeing people with extremely poor self-esteem. And when people have poor self-esteem, a number of things happen. They become easily very frustrated. They don't have good control of their emotions. They tend to be very impulsive in terms of reacting. They're very sensitive, hypersensitive, and to any kind of threat, anything that they see is threatening to the ego, and likely to react very impulsively and aggressively. We see them as not being willing to risk the kind of risk that is needed to learn skills to grow. So we find them being very immature and very stunted in their development. Certainly, they're not able to either be a friend or have a friend. They don't know how to do either one of those things. They don't know how to relate well to other people in the sense of empathy. They don't have any sense of empathy. They are so busy trying to survive that they don't have the internal energy or resources to do anything else. And eventually we see them, once they sort of realize that they don't have the relationships and they don't have the things that other people have, oftentimes what we see moving in there is a real sense of entitlement, a real sense of, well, I should have it, and so I'll take it. With no idea of the fact that they're invading other people's boundaries. So basically, they're real mouth-adjusted individuals. Real.
Why do some people from abusive backgrounds actually make it in life?
We know they do. We don't know all the reasons why they do. What's his name? Garmazy has written a beautiful article in I'm sorry.
Who is Mr. Garmazy?
I'm sorry. This is an individual who's done a lot of research in the area of the sequelae, the effects, long-term effects of child abuse. And he had what he calls stress-resistant kids. And he finds that there are certain people who even sort of thrive almost in an adversive background. And what we think is that, first of all, these people sort of hit the delivery table with some resources that their siblings don't have. They seem to have a sense of tolerance. They seem to have an ability to just go with the flow. They seem to have sort of an ability to be able to protect themselves from the turmoil and chaos in the household, a resilience that we just don't know where it comes from. One of the things that seems pretty obvious is that these children have the ability to reach out and find an emotional substitute parent. They seem to be able to find somebody and lock onto them, whereas the child who is really emotionally and perhaps physically battered sort of like doesn't even have enough resources to do that, to reach out. Whether that's an absolute criteria, an absolute requisite or not, I don't know, but certainly some of the studies would suggest that. But there's no question that there are children who come from abusive backgrounds, and I've certainly had clients who came out of bad backgrounds who appeared to be making it. Now, of course, a lot of times people appear pretty good on the surface, and if you scratch that a little, you got a lot of problems under there. But then there are those that you scratch it, and they seem to have a lot of resources under there. It isn't just superficial.
Does the abuser oftentimes see himself as an abuser?
Does he oftentimes see himself? Generally not. I see what you're saying. Generally not. Generally, they feel they are raising their children the way they were raised, raising their children the way they have a right to raise them, raising their children the way they would treat any possession, i.e. an object, doing what at some level they see as being the right thing to do for the child, that somehow, for instance, severe corporal punishment is loving discipline. There's a real distortion in this. But you got to remember, oftentimes abusers come from abused backgrounds. So oftentimes that's all they know. That's all they have the resources to do. I mean, we have to look back a little bit.
Obviously, people don't abuse 24 hours a day,
Right.
7 days of the week, 365 days of the year. Obviously, there are intermittent periods where there is not abuse. Is there any correlation between these periods of absence versus the periods of abuse?
Well, certainly one of the things when in talking about children who make it versus children who don't, the more pervasive the abuse is on the one hand, and the earlier it started, the less likely you're going to have somebody who's resilient and going to make it. Okay, so when it starts real early and it's pervasive, it augurs less well. The prediction would be that they would not make it well. By the same token, as Mr. Kearns just said, somebody's not abusive 24 hours a day. There are points in time when they are being pretty neat parents. And the case in point, certainly, Danny Rowling can talk about times when his father did X, took him down where they had a cabin in the water at the lake. Times when he found someone that was involved in music to teach him, to help him get started in the music business, things like that. Now, he talks about these in terms of these things surprised him because they were not usual. But the point of it is that Mr. Rowling did do nice things for his son from time to time. Part of the problem is that that's fine when a child gets older. They can sort of see, well, my dad's this way a lot of the times, but but when you're little, you can't do that. And so what happens is that becomes a very confusing message, which is this is a person who is unpredictable. I don't know when it's going to be okay. I don't know when I'm going to go to them with, I hurt my hand and I'm going to get comforted, and versus I go to them and I'm told to get the hell away from me and leave me alone, or, you were stupid to get your hand hurt, or whatever, an abusive type response. So certainly when they're little, that is a source of unpredictability. Maybe when they get older, they can sort of put all that in context and say, yeah, there are times when, somebody's this way and times when they're that way, and eventually learn how to deal with those inconsistencies in the person.
Does a person with a borderline personality disorder, does that affect their ability to function socially?
Are you saying if you walked into a room full of people, could you spot one? Or are you...
The average layperson, in other words, I walk into a room, am I going to be able to pick this person out?
Probably not. Could somebody who's dealt with them, could somebody who's dealt with them on an inpatient unit because I'll tell you that 2 or 3 of them on an inpatient unit will turn your whole unit upside down. There are some borderline personalities who function extremely well. And this is not, this is not breach of confidentiality whatsoever. The woman who runs a suicide prevention center at the University of Washington, who is a PhD in psychology, is a flaming borderline, and has all the marks, of having attempted suicide and done self-mutilation down both arms. She is fantastic in terms of what she does in that program and how she deals with people. She's just wonderful. Now, she's worked hard to get where she is. There's no question, to put her life together.
Did she have these internal resources you were just making a reference to?
Yes. And a lot of help along the line, a lot of helps along the way. But what I'm saying is, there are people who can. And if you walked in, would you know one at a cocktail party? Probably not. Could I or one of my colleagues pick one out at a cocktail party? Probably if we talked to them for about 20, 30 minutes, yes. Because there's certain things that are going to come out. But generally, can they function at an adequate level in everyday life for long periods of time? And then sometimes, a lot of borderlines spend some number of years being hospitalized every so often. And then they'll sort of get it all together and be able to do okay with only outpatient treatment.
How does this disability affect their ability to hold a job?
It varies. I mean, we got to remember that within the category of borderline personality, you can have somebody who's mild, moderate, severe borderline. Okay, so somebody who's mildly borderline is probably functioning real well most of the time, maybe even without outpatient therapy, and probably doesn't have a whole lot of hesitation marks down their arms. Somebody who's severe, they're probably being hospitalized every so often. They're probably not holding a job. They're probably doing self-mutilation or suicide attempts periodically. And everybody in between.
Since you brought up a quantification scale of mild, moderate, severe, where would Mr. Rowling's borderline personality disorder fall in your scale?
I think he's a severe borderline. Please.
Dr. McMahon, does a person choose to have a borderline personality disorder?
Oh, no. No. That is real. These people are let me back up. These are people, in part, I was not being facetious when I said they can turn an inpatient unit upside down. And for outpatient therapists, I don't think any of us would want to have a maximum of 2 or 3 on a caseload at any one time. They are extremely dependent people, and they are very draining people to work with. And one of the characteristics when I've been teaching assessment classes that I've often, when it gets to this point, is I tell people that one of the earmarks of a borderline personality is that they go through therapists with great rapidity. They wipe out therapists. They are just extremely difficult to deal with. For all of that's not a drop.
They go through therapists like Sarah Boone goes through lawyers.
In the bucket to the degree of their distress. I mean, that only reflects their distress, that they distress us, because it is a painful way to be. There's a whole set of rules out there, and you can't figure out what those rules are. And why is it that everybody else is doing okay and you're not? You're not in a stable relationship, and you can't kind of make things work, and you can't put your life together, and your emotions are always out of control, and you can't problem solve as well as anybody else. And it's these kinds of things that cause them great distress. And of course, what they do is then sort of flail out at the environment in their frustration. And then that gives us distress. But for themselves, it's a very painful way to be.
Are any of these personality disorders that you described that Mr. Rowling has traits of, are any of these something that an individual chooses to be?
No.
You said the antisocial, you said the narcissistic, you said the histrionic.
By definition, a personality disorder is something that starts in early childhood. It is a set of enduring personality traits that begins in early childhood. It is a stunting of psychological growth. So, one, the person is too young to choose such a thing. Secondly, you wouldn't choose it, unless you're extremely masochistic. You wouldn't choose it anyway. And thirdly, we don't choose our psychological dynamics. I mean, they are what we learn.
Can a personality disorder affect an individual just as severely as, say, someone with a psychotic disorder?
Okay. If the psychotic disorder is at a point of frank psychosis, in other words, unmedicated, and they are frankly, blatantly psychotic at this moment, then they're probably, in terms of level of functioning, they're much worse. Once they're medicated, they're much better. So it's that and there really aren't any medications for personality disorder.
So there is no
you don't take
therapy or drug therapy for this?
No. You don't take a little Thorazine and everybody's okay. These things don't relate to the medications. Do not address this. Personality disorder is a way of being. It's a way of being in the world, as opposed to a psychotic state, which is, I guess it could be permanent. I've never known one even unmedicated who didn't eventually wind down and sort of have some termination level. But a psychotic state, particularly now with medication, that's a state and it's time limited or medication limited. Whereas personality disorder is ongoing, pervasive way of being in the world.
Doctor, you stated that in the IQ testing that you did that Mr. Rowling had an average IQ.
Yeah.
With the fact that an individual has an average IQ, even an above average IQ, would that give them any better protection from becoming a borderline personality or having a borderline personality disorder? Is there any correlation between intelligence and susceptibility to personality disorders?
But he has an average IQ.
The only way I can think that would happen is once the child was old enough that a bright youngster might be able to figure out more ways to deal with a chaotic or dysfunctional family than a not bright youngster. But by and large, by the time the youngsters figured that out, the personality pattern's already set. So to answer your question, no.
Could a mental health expert see Mr. Rowling at various times and not come to a conclusion that he had a borderline personality disorder?
Yes.
How could this happen?
Okay. One of the ways and particularly before we had a real good handle on this, borderline personality has only been around maybe as a diagnostic category. It's been around maybe 15, 20 years, I would say. When I was in training, there wasn't such a thing. So the DSM-2 didn't have it. The DSM-3 had it, but in a little bit different form. Basically, one of the ways we began to figure out something was going on was we'd look back over, keep in mind what I said, these people are hospitalized periodically, many of them are. We would look back over the hospital records, and what you see is one time they're diagnosed as an antisocial personality, and one time they're diagnosed as schizophrenic, and one time they're diagnosed as depressed, and one time they're diagnosed as something else. And after a while, it was like, wait, they look different. So what we realized is that to use an analogy, if you had a carrel full of slides, okay, and you turn that and a slide drops down as you turn it, the borderline can look very different depending on which slide drops in. So it depends on when you see them. If you see them at a point in which they're having one of these mini psychotic episodes, which may only last a day, 2 days, 3 days, but it may get them hospitalized, they look pretty schizophrenic. If you see them when they're being real depressed, which they are from time to time, it looks like a depressive disorder. If you see them when they're acting out, they look like an antisocial disorder. If you see them when they're being very dependent and very needy and breaking up with their partner or whatever, then they look like a dependent personality disorder. If you see them when they are being very grandiose, they look like a narcissistic person. So they look different ways depending on which slide drops into the little thing. And one of the indicators, or one of the ways that we know that somebody.
So, borderline personality disorder is just all of the above. That's what it sounds like she's saying, though, right? Like, if they have all the symptoms of the other personality disorders, they're just borderline. And I've been thinking about this while she's been talking about borderline personality disorder. My niece, well, she's not really my niece. She's my best friend's daughter. And she's called me Aunt Debbie forever. They asked me when they were little girls if they could call me Aunt Debbie, and they don't remember ever asking me that. That's how long I've been Aunt Debbie. And her youngest daughter my best friend's youngest daughter has borderline personality disorder. And her mom would take her to the doctor and she would act normal. Like, because people with borderline personality disorder, like, they know what they do and they're very manipulative and they know the right things to say to convince the doctor that they don't have anything wrong with them. And I've heard that not just in her case, I've heard that in other cases too. So I don't know if they give them, because like the MMPI test has questions about malingering. Like, they're questions set up to show whether or not the person is malingering, but at the same time, the questions are posed in such a way that the person taking the test doesn't know that those questions are about malingering. And so that's how the psychologist or psychiatrist or whatever knows if they're malingering or not, because they'll put like outrageous answers thinking they're doing the right thing to like convince them that they have it or don't have it, whatever their agenda is. So I guess these people that know the right thing to say to convince them that they don't have it must not be given those kind of tests. But my friend said every time she took her daughter to the doctor, that the doctor would just be like, there's nothing wrong with her. So I guess she was probably not taking her to like an actual psychologist or psychiatrist or anything. But luckily, when she grew up, she went off the rails first, self-medicating with drugs and all kinds of stuff, and, promiscuousness, and I don't know how many kids she has with different fathers and stuff. But she went to rehab, and then she, I guess, got some psychiatric help there and got on medicine, and she's fine now, absolutely fine now. She's holding down a good job. She has a partner. Her kids are in great shape. And, it's fine, absolutely fine. Like, she did what she needed to do to get past it. Of course, she still has it, but she's fine now. And you just have to do what you have to do. It's just like mental illness in our society has such like a stigma attached to it, but it's just like any other illness, diabetes, your hormones are out of whack, or your endocrine system is out of whack. Things with the brain, your endorphins, your hormones, your serotonin level, that's all out of whack. You can take medicine for it and get better. Just do it. I mean, his case is like advanced, way advanced. But I'm just saying, for a person that's not as far gone as he is, but just borderline. But he had the other personality disorders along with the borderline. But it does sound like what she's saying is that borderline is like all of the above. Like they've got traits from all of the other personality disorders. So I guess that's why they call it borderline, maybe. But yeah, because borderline's a confusing name. I think she said that earlier. That, or it might have been the other guy. That borderline makes it sound like you're right on the edge of having something, but I've never liked the name borderline. Yeah, they do. I think a bunch of them do. I think a bunch of them use the what's it called? Multiple personality. Now it's dissociative identity disorder. But a lot of them go there. I didn't do it. It was the demon that did it. It's just like those stupid soft-sit traffic stops. Or not even soft-sit. Doesn't even have to be the soft-sit ones. It can be the DUI stops. Why do they say, "Oh, I haven't been drinking anything," or "I only had one beer"? Just, yeah, I'm drunk. You're gonna get a ticket or get put in the drunk tank or whatever. Either way, why do you have to lie about it? Just, I don't get it. The cops are not stupid.
Is a borderline personality, or one of the first indicators, if you have hospital records, is to look back and see the variety of diagnoses that they've had over a number of years. And that's what's going on. Are you pretty sure? It's a pretty good indicator.
I think I have more on direct. I believe the court wishes to take up.
Let's take a recess right now.
I believe you stated that you have already interviewed, or you did interview in preparing for your evaluation, Mr. Rowling, members of his family, correct?
Yes.
With the opinions or the information you received from the family members, is that something that you would base your opinions or conclusions on solely upon their information that they give to you?
Solely upon there? No.
Is this another piece that fits into the equation of your testimony?
Yes.
Did Mr. Rowling ever discuss with you the impact force from his marriage with you?
Yes. In that he stated that it had a
No, you've been good all day.
I'd say a very negative impact. He felt betrayed. His perception is that, as I understand it, that his wife basically left him for another man who was a childhood or a high school sweetheart.
You use the term perception.
Well, I don't know. As with many things in psychology, what's important is the perception that the individual has of the situation. And each of us, only has the reality that we perceive. So, from his perception, at least, that was the reason their marriage broke up. Now, he can also talk about there having been some altercation and some friction and some things like that, and some earlier separations. But he relates it to that, and he sees it very clearly as a betrayal on her part. I mean, he used that word of him. And it was, okay, you didn't ask me.
Do you know what the term dysfunctional family means?
Yes. Well, it has many meanings.
Let me understand your meaning.
Well, okay. Many writers have talked about different things that make up a dysfunctional family or how families are dysfunctional. And it basically has to do with the relationship both between the parents and then between the parents and children.
Would you consider the fact that Mr. Rowling came from a dysfunctional family?
Yes.
How would that affect him psychologically?
Well, in this particular case, I think it has an immense effect upon him in that there are many ways that families can be dysfunctional. As I understand his family to be, there is the physical, but more importantly, the psychological abuse by his dad. And that's very open. That's very clear. And so his anger about that can be very clear. Along with that is the fact that his mother was unable and or unwilling due to her own dynamics not to protect him or Kevin. And on the one hand, which is not untypical with children like this, Danny Rowling is still has an extremely strong allegiance to his mother, yet can say, when asked, Danny, what might have prevented you being here, that is in Florida State Prison, being evaluated for these crimes? And his immediate response, right off the top of his head, was, if my mother had left my father and if I'd had some psychiatric help. So in sort of an impulsive statement, he can say that, and yet when asked, well, how do you feel about the fact your mother left this man, according to her statement, some 25 or 30 times, and always went back to him? And Danny then will begin to defend her and say, well, she had to. It was economic stability, and he was this, and he was that, and he was the other thing. From all that I've done, my clinical opinion, he's angry at his father. There's no question. He's rageful at his mother. And that he's not in touch with at all. I mean, he's sort of in touch with the fact that he is angry at his father, at least episodically, not in touch with his rage at his mother.
During any times that you were conducting these close to 30 hours of interviews with Mr. Rowling, did it ever appear to you that he was malingering with you?
No.
Trying to project himself to be worse, better, trying to make himself maybe look more mentally ill than he is?
I never found him to try and make himself look mentally ill. As I think I said earlier, he had ample opportunity. And I give all defendants, because one certainly has to look for, is this a self-serving kind of thing that's going on when you're evaluating in the criminal justice system and somebody has something to get out of, then is this person not taking responsibility either by saying I didn't do it, or not taking responsibility by saying, well, I was so crazy I didn't know what I was doing, or whatever they might say. At no time did he ever do that, and I offered him plenty of opportunity to do that. He did not do that. Again, he never hesitated or refused to cooperate in what I asked him to do. I went over things with him at times, more than once. He gave me basically the same statement each time. I never had any indication that he was malingering. And his statements were consistent with others. So.
Dr. McMahon, do you have an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not at the time of these offenses that Mr. Rowling was under the influence of a mental or emotional disturbance?
As you know, I've wrestled with this since I first saw Danny Rowling and came to the conclusions that I did in terms of diagnosis. I can't give you a simple yes or no answer. We typically tend to think of a mental or emotional disorder as being something like schizophrenia or manic depression, something that is clearly a psychotic disorder. I certainly don't think Danny suffers from any of those, either of those. or any of the other psychotic disorders. By the same token, in my clinical opinion, he is a severe personality disorder. That is bipolar personality disorder. I'm sorry, borderline personality disorder. And that does have mental and emotional components to it. I certainly think that he was suffering from that personality disorder to a severe degree at the time. It has been for years, is today. I mean, that's not something that comes and goes. So now the question is whether or not that, in terms of psychological, as I use that term psychologically, translates into the legal terminology. I guess my feeling is that's up to you all in the jury.
Okay.
I still find myself vacillating and having a hard time trying to figure that out.
Is this a problem between legal terms and psychological terms?
Yes.
How about Mr. Rowland's ability to conform his conduct to the requirement of law?
Okay. I do think that was impaired to a significant degree. And the reason being, people who are borderline personality disorders, particularly as severe as I see Danny Rowland to be, by definition, are lacking in what we call secondary processing, and that is those things that enable one to conform their behavior to any type of rules and regulations. And there's several things here that happen. When we are growing up, our first discipline, our first conscience is formed by our parents, in that we do what's right and we don't do what's wrong because there's a parent standing there who is going to discipline us in some way and is going to be the one that consequence us, represents the world to us in terms of consequences. When we do right, we get a pat on the head. We do wrong, we get a pat elsewhere. As we get older, we begin to what's called introject, internalize mom and dad. And so we can walk around and say, well, mom would say, or dad would say, we don't do this consciously, but basically this is what we do in terms of not doing the right thing and not doing the wrong thing. Then as we get a little older, we don't need to do that anymore. And we have our own internal discipline system. People like Danny, who are personality disorders, specifically borderline personality disorders, and who have the severely impaired emotional controls that he has, do not have that mechanism. They don't have that internal discipline that the rest of us have. They've not had either the opportunity or the mechanisms that are needed to formulate that sort of what we call a superego, and then abide by that in terms of behavior, conform their behavior to that value or to that superego or conscience. So in that sense, yes, I think that his ability to conform his behavior was significantly impaired. Now, do keep in mind, that's not to say that, because in a question that we're always oftentimes asked, particularly by colleagues, okay, if a policeman were standing at his elbow, would he have done this? No, but that's not the issue. Okay, if you're 3 years old and you got your hand in the cookie jar, if your parents standing there, you're not going to do that either. Right. But when somebody gets to be an adult in our society, we expect them to be able to act appropriately without a policeman standing at their elbow. So the question is, can he act, could he act in the face of anxiety, in the face of overwhelming urges, in the face of all these other things? Could he act that way with nobody around to stop him? No.
With that, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick Brown.
Please, court.
Good afternoon, Dr. McMahon.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of preliminary questions. I wasn't clear on this. How many times have you actually testified in a Phase 2 proceeding, that being a sentencing proceeding on behalf of the state of Florida?
I have not testified, not gotten that far.
So anytime you've ever testified at a penalty phase, it has been for the defense.
Yes, that's true.
You were, in giving your before I go to that, you said you had roughly 1,000 cases, maybe 800, slightly less, were criminal cases that you testified. Do you remember those numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And among those numbers, you've actually worked for Mr. Kearns somewhere well in excess of 100 cases, haven't you?
I don't know. I would not estimate that to be that high, but I don't know that. I don't have any, I've never kept track of cases. I've only been, I don't know. I truly don't know.
You would be unprepared to venture any kind of estimate how many times you specifically testified on behalf of people represented by Mr. Kearns?
Testified, once in the last, this is the second time in 3 years. I know it's the second time since I've been back
How many times
from
have you been retained by Mr. Kearns?
many.
100? More?
Truly, Mr. Smith, I don't know. I
Do you remember
really don't know.
Previously testifying that it was more than 100 times?
Previously testifying or being retained by him?
Previously testifying that you were retained by him more than 100 times?
Was I retained by him more than 100 times? I don't know. Truly don't. That could be absolutely true. I don't know.
Okay. You said among the materials you reviewed, of course, you had interviews yourself with Danny Rowley.
Yes.
You had depositions, and you had past psychiatric records, correct?
Yes.
And you had depositions that were taken, and you also had statements that were from family members among those.
Your depositions and statements are the same?
Statements that were taken included family members, I think. Is your
Yes. You're not differentiating statements and depositions.
Let's say this, you've seen depositions, at least
Right.
in part. You also had statements beyond depositions. I think did you say that you had actually talked to some family?
Oh, yes. I thought you meant written. I'm sorry. I thought you meant a written statement.
You talked with, I think you said Artie Mae, Nadine, and Agnes.
Yes.
Those would all be members of the maternal side of the family.
Yes.
Anybody from the paternal side of the family that you've talked with?
No.
Any materials from the paternal side of the family that you've reviewed other than that from which you have from the father?
Other than that I have from the father, no. The father was the only one.
Among the materials that you reviewed, well, you actually recognized, do you not, that there's some problem with current materials from the father, because I think it was at least your concern that he might now be suffering from some organic brain damage.
Yes.
And that would be as a result of his having received damage from his son, correct?
Yes.
But what you did have that was at a time prior to Danny having inflicted this injury upon his father was a situation in which you saw a letter written to the Alabama Department of Corrections, did you not?
It was written to Bryce Hospital?
Yes.
Yes.
Bryce Hospital.
Yes.
That was a letter from the father which we would typify as being very supportive of Danny, would you not?
He has made some supportive statements in there in the sense of we're concerned about Danny. Did I see that as being supportive? My sense was that he was really portraying Danny as very inadequate. He's made the statement, I was concerned or surprised at how mental he had become, that he was never able to withstand the everyday things of life.
That would be the same letter in which he also told him that he had told him that he loved him, wasn't it?
Yes.
That would also
Same.
be the letter that you characterized as blaming some of Danny's problems at that time on his ex-wife.
Right.
It is a matter of fact that among your review of the records, you would find that Danny was blaming many of his problems at that time on his ex-wife, was he not? And the deterioration of his marriage?
At that time, was he doing that? You mean when he was in Bryce Hospital?
Yes. where he'd been referred because he was serving time, was he not, for another robbery?
Yes.
Okay. When he had been interviewed there, his intake evaluation was he complained that his life had really taken a downward turn after the breakup of his marriage.
Right. I don't see that necessarily as blaming his wife. He said that he could.
He also, in that, did he not, indicated that his wife had left him for another man?
Yes.
And the deterioration of his marriage had had a dramatic effect on him.
Yes.
And at least, wouldn't you characterize that the position the father was taking insofar as it was blaming, to some degree, the ex-wife being consistent with what Danny had said was his problem?
Well, maybe this is a matter of semantics. I didn't see Danny as blaming his ex-wife, but simply as stating, when she left me, I had a hard time coping with that, as opposed to his father, it seemed to me, was making statements like that her family tried to sabotage their marriage and that she didn't want the child support and things like this. I mean, it seemed to me like there were more negative things coming from his father. Certainly Danny was saying that, he was disturbed by the breakup, but I didn't hear him saying necessarily that it was her fault. And maybe it's just a matter of semantics or interpretation.
He was saying at least part of his depression at that time, and what at least had some impact on his having started drinking and robbing was the breakup of his marriage and the loss of his wife.
I understood him to be saying his drinking, yes. Maybe I missed it, but I don't recall him saying his robbing was a function of his breakup of his marriage.
Well, do you recall this statement? Mr. Rowling, however, remains very depressed by the loss of his wife and daughter, feeling that much love meaning.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Mr. Rowling remains very depressed by the loss of his wife and daughter, feeling that much love, meaning, and reason for living departed from his life a year ago when they left and he started drinking and the robberies occurred. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, and I don't see that as saying that he robbed because of that. I do think he has said repeatedly that he did begin drinking at that point.
And it is true, is it not? I want to back up on something. You said that you were in the Society for Multiple Personality Disorder, and in fact, part of your practice, you treat some multiple personality disorders, do you not?
Yes.
And it is also true, is it not, that you've been very clear on this, that Danny Rowley is not a multiple personality.
In my clinical opinion, he is not.
It is also true, is it not, that when you were talking about his neurological testing, which you found to be within the realm of, I think you said within the realm of average or normal.
Let me clarify something. Neuropsychological.
Neuropsychological, excuse me. Your neuropsychological testing put him within the realm of normal. But you did note that he had a problem with distraction at times in the testing.
Right.
He also had problems with distraction at times when you were interviewing, did he not?
I don't recall that. No.
You said that that was the kind of distraction that you would expect of, I think, somebody who was immature, correct?
Yes.
In fact, do you recall, Dr. McMahon, that one time at the Florida State Prison, you almost had to stop the process because he was so distracted by two females who were at the prison?
No, that was Dr. Crop.
You read that material?
No, when Dr. Crop and I subsequently saw him together, Dr. Crop brought that up with him. But I wasn't there when it happened.
How about with the female attorney? Were you there when that happened?
No.
Okay, those were with Dr. Crop.
I presume so, because I wasn't there. I only heard one incident, and Dr. Crop brought it up while I was there. That's how I knew about it.
And you never had any, he never seemed in your presence to be distracted?
Yes, he did.
By women?
It had to do with getting some mail.
Did he ever seem distracted by women?
No, by the mail.
Now, you have said, and I think this is clear from your testimony, that your results would be that Danny Rowling shows no evidence of psychosis, no affect disturbance, and no schizophrenia.
Affect disturbance, yes.
You say that At times he appeared, and I tried to quote you, highly anxious and apprehensive as to what was ahead of him. You remember making that statement?
Yes.
It is true that at all times after you became involved in this case was a time after which Danny Rowland was already facing 5 death penalties.
Okay. I see where
The answer to that would be yes or no.
okay.
Time which
Yeah, I think that would be to be apprehensive about the future if you had 5 death penalties hanging over your head. That would be normal in that situation.
you would expect that a certain amount of apprehension and anxiety might be tied into the fact that one was facing 5 death penalties, would you not?
While I would assume that to be true, that's not the kind of apprehension in the sense of something concrete that was reflected in the test material. I meant a more ongoing sort of general feeling of apprehension about the future, which is a more ongoing thing. I suspect he would be, I would hope he would be apprehensive about this, but that's not the apprehension I was talking about.
He, at one point in time you used this, you said that at times he is not genuine, or it is typical of a personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, not to appear genuine in their emotions. Did I get that wrong, or is it they appear genuine, but in fact they are not?
No. That in terms of the borderline personality, that they are genuine, they appear not to be. They appear to be superficial. And it has to do with the lability of their emotions as opposed to superficiality.
Maybe it would help me a little to move to this borderline personality for just a moment.
Sure.
Borderline personality disorder is one of many kinds of disorders, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'm looking now at the DSM-3R, which you've referenced in your testimony.
Yes.
There would be an entire section of various kinds of personality disorders, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, there are mental illnesses that are of the more serious kind that you referenced earlier. That would be schizophrenia, paranoia, those kinds of things, bipolar. That would also be included in this, correct?
Well, you're characterizing them as more serious. Either one may be more or less serious.
Well, let me just say the DSM-3R, excuse me, the prevalence indicates that borderline personality disorder is apparently common. Isn't that true?
Common among psychiatric patients, not necessarily common among people out walking around the street, and it is much more common among females than males.
Correct. And it also, you talked about family being a predispositional matter for the borderline personality disorder, but the document, the DSM-3R, in fact, under predisposing factors and familial patterns says no information.
They may. I'm taking it from, among other places, Jerome Kroll's book on the challenge of the borderline patient, and
This is the book that you earlier referenced. I think you used the word Bible, didn't you?
for diagnoses, not necessarily for psychodynamics or etiology, either one.
You said he has very poor emotional control,
Yes,
and you were referring to Danny Rowley.
yes.
You also said that when he was under stress, and I want to get to that he would be disorganized under stress.
Could be.
Could be disorganized under stress.
Yes, and his test material indicates that his thought processing, there's some slippage there when in the presence of anxiety. Now, I don't mean disorganized like somebody who becomes psychotic, although certainly that's a possibility. I've never seen him that way. But borderline personalities do have many psychotic episodes at times.
Let me take you to a specific series of episodes that you interviewed him about. That would be in late August of 1990.
Yes.
When you talked to him about the murders that he committed in Gainesville, the rapes he committed in Gainesville, and the burglaries he committed in Gainesville.
Yes,
You recall that series of interviews. In fact, you talked to him on numerous occasions about them, didn't you?
yes.
Now, insofar as he was, would you consider those were time periods where he was under stress?
I don't know.
Well, At least insofar as what you know about them, he didn't show himself to be very disorganized, did he?
His behavior certainly was not.
In fact, his behavior was such that at the first scene, let's go to the first scene for a moment. You know that when he went downstairs, after having broken into the apartment, he went downstairs, he stayed there for a period of time without doing anything. Then went upstairs and made a decision upstairs to kill Sonia Larson, don't you?
It's my understanding, yes.
Well, your understanding is based on what he told you.
Right.
He then came back downstairs, and when he was downstairs, he bound and raped Christina Powell, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of his organization, we know that he cleaned up afterwards, don't we?
Yes.
We know that he even untaped the people that he had murdered, don't we?
Yes.
We know that when he broke in, he was carrying a bag that had a knife, a gun, a screwdriver, and duct tape, don't we?
I stated that his behavior was very organized.
Well, in fact, it was downright calm, wasn't it? Because didn't he tell you that at scene 1, that after he raped Christina Powell and before he even killed her and left the apartment, he stopped and ate an apple and a banana?
I believe he did.
What's your point, Rod?
Did he tell you what she was doing while he was eating the apple and the banana?
No.
Did he tell you if she was still bound while he was eating the apple and banana?
No. Didn't tell me.
Bye, Flash.
Now, you know that at least in terms of the ability to conform to external pressures, he showed those that very first night, did he not? External controls certainly affected him, didn't they? Well, let me ask the question a little better.
Yeah.
Isn't it true that he told you that that night that he went to another apartment that he was going to commit these crimes?
Oh.
And that a security guard came up, and then when the security guard came up, he fled?
No. That's why I was hesitating. My understanding is that wasn't the same night.
Was it an earlier night?
That's my understanding.
Okay, but at least sometime during that time period in Gainesville,
Yes.
your understanding is that he was at another apartment and a security officer came up, and when he saw the security officer, he fled.
Yes.
And in fact, what he told you was that security officer saw that infamous Gemini, didn't he?
Yes.
But Danny was able to control Gemini right then, wasn't he?
Oh,
Was Danny able to control Gemini?
But Gemini didn't kill that officer, did he?
No, but I don't know whether it was because of Danny being able to control him or something else that occurred in that interaction. Because apparently, let me finish. As I understand, all of these horrible incidents occurred in the absence of anyone else around. So what I'm saying is I don't know the effect of simply the presence of someone else. There's no question that having someone there who would exert external control is enough to stop him.
Well, at Tracy Paulus's, for instance, that would be scene 3. When he was peeking on Tracy Paulus, he told you that he was peeking on her, and some people came by and he had to duck down behind a bush, didn't he?
Yes.
And so once again, I guess that would be the kind of, was that Danny or Gemini, by the way?
That was Danny.
That was Danny who was peeking in.
Yes.
The man who had the black pouch, the black ninja outfit, the ski mask, that was Danny?
You know, I'd like to be able to say we know exactly when he perceived Gemini to be there. I can't tell you that.
Danny said it was him, didn't he?
Danny has never denied that he did all of this.
You know, in the bushes, didn't he? Because you asked him.
Oh, in terms of in the bushes? Yes.
So Danny was able to control himself, went into the bushes. After they passed, went back up to the window. That's when he saw Manuel and Tracy, isn't it?
I thought the only time he saw Manuel Taboto was when he came home. But I may be wrong, but I thought that's the only time he saw him was when he
Manuel
came in
came
from
home,
work.
you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
That's when he subsequently, about 3 o'clock in the morning, broke in, had the struggle with Manuel, killed him, and then went over to rape Tracy.
Yes.
That's when he busted the door open. And he remembered that door being busted open. He said something like paper. It almost splintered when he did it. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, but it's not, no, I'm not surprised. I mean, I acknowledge that's probably true.
Now, in all of those circumstances, Danny responded to controls, and Danny showed a lot of planning and awareness, and even an ability to plan to avoid detection, didn't he?
Yes.
Not only did he appear to avoid detection by the fact that he had on the gloves and the mask, but Danny was very clear with you in your discussions that he cleaned up after his crime scenes.
Most of them.
But not Krista Hoyle.
Right.
But the other two, he cleaned up. And in fact, at one time, you recall, he was quite concerned that he thought maybe they were fabricating evidence because he believed that he had cleaned Tracy Pauls to where the kind of evidence he was hearing about couldn't be true. Do you remember that conversation?
Okay. It's my understanding that he was denying that, not on the basis that because he had cleaned up, but because he hadn't done it.
Excuse me, I know what you're talking about, but don't you remember he said that he douched her out very well?
Yes.
And that he douched her out and he couldn't believe they found semen in her. Do you remember that?
It was my understanding that,
That's when you explained to him at that time that it appeared that the allegation was anal rape.
right.
Okay, and that's when he adamantly said he did not do that and he would never own up to that, didn't he?
Yes.
But of course, you know that he's pled guilty of that among all the other crimes here. The answer would be yes.
I didn't know that specific charge, but fine. I didn't know that.
You said that Danny has, and I want to understand this, that Danny has a lot of underlying aggression, hostility, and rage, that he's had it and he still has it.
Yes.
In fact, he had it even that night after he killed the last of his victims, did he not?
Yes.
He would have it today, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
And in fact, we know that while one time he told you Gemini was an idea that was only going to kill so many people, correct?
Yes.
But in fact, Danny indicated to you that very night, the next night, excuse me, when he was being chased by the police, that if he could have gotten to his tent and gotten to his gun, he could have got the police because they looked like neon signs coming out there with their flashlights.
Yes.
And that's when you kind of were pointing out to him, well, wait a minute, I thought there was this other thing. And he said, oh, well, that'd be different. That'd be killing for survival.
Yes.
You said, and I think I want to make sure that there's no question in your mind, and you've testified to it today and before, that when Danny was committing these acts, he understood the criminality of his conduct.
In my clinical opinion, he did.
He understood the difference. Well, I mean, we know up front that he understood the difference between right and wrong. That'd be one of the things you looked at to even determine sanity and competence, correct?
Correct.
No question he knew right and wrong. No question he understood that his conduct those nights was criminal.
I have no doubt that he would understand that if you asked him. Was it relevant at that moment? In my clinical opinion, it's not like something he thought. Are you saying, did he think about it?
Let me say this. He appreciated what he was doing was wrong. What you're saying is it just wasn't relevant to him.
That's correct.
In other words, it wasn't something he'd think about, but if he thought about it, he knew that it was wrong.
Right.
He knows murder's wrong.
He does.
He knows rape is wrong. He's told you that repeatedly.
Just his behavior afterwards would indicate he knew it was wrong.
Well, fleeing, for instance.
Yes.
Hiding the knife, for instance.
Yes.
Burying the gloves, for instance.
Yes.
You said Danny is histrionic.
Yes.
Can you take a minute?
No. Go ahead.
You said he's histrionic, he's narcissistic, and he's antisocial, among other things.
Yes.
There are histrionic people that abide by the law all the time, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
Some of them are lawyers.
I didn't say that.
There are narcissistic people, and they abide by the law, don't they?
And are they lawyers?
Can be.
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, there's nothing in the fact that you're histrionic or narcissistic or, let's go further than that, paraphilia. You had a little mention about paraphilia. Now, paraphilia apparently ranges a whole bunch of different kinds of activity can be paraphilia.
Yes.
I mean, that can range all the way from serious sadomasochism, or serious sadism, in terms of one kind of result, all the way down to people who just like to rub up on people on the bus.
Yes.
But the fact that you're a paraphiliac does not, in and of itself, dispose you to become a murderer of 5 people, does it?
No psychiatric disorder does.
And it doesn't prevent you understanding the rightness and wrongness of your action.
None of those would. Put that.
Now, his paraphilia, I think you said was, and we've had discussed before, was voyeurism.
Yes.
That's peeking.
Yes.
And you said that, Danny has talked about that he started peeking when he was about 15 years old. He went with this neighbor kid and they went over. The neighbor kid was not Gemini, but actually his name was Jimmy, I think, right?
Right. Correct.
He went with the neighbor kid and they went over peeking. And while they were doing their peeking, and for times thereafter when he would peek, you said that sometimes he would try to, I think, almost, I can't read my writing very well, but it was something to the degree that he was trying to almost become part of that family.
Yes.
But most of his peeking over the years, and certainly as time went on, almost exclusively his peeking over the years before it became violent, was accompanied by sex, wasn't it?
I don't know that. I don't have any indication of how much it was. Okay. I think the voyeurism became almost an obsession, and he was doing it a lot. My sense is that he was probably doing it a lot more than he was actually approaching anyone.
And he told you that he would masturbate regularly during his peeking, did he not?
Yes.
And you said, and I just want to be clear, I'm not asking you for any specific acts, please.
Okay.
But you said that he crossed over a line and his peeking became increasingly more violent. That was long before Gainesville, Florida.
Yes.
You said, I want to make sure that I said, you said that you had at times, just for brief periods of time, seen what appeared to be this uncontrolled rage. Uncontrolled rage, do you remember?
Well, obviously it was controlled when I saw it, but I only saw it for brief moments. Yes.
What I was getting at is, when you said it was uncontrolled, I mean, you were seeing great rage, but he didn't attack you.
No, and I never felt in any danger from him. But keep in mind, again, 2 things. 1, it was very brief. 2, we're in a setting that I think, he'd have to be absolutely psychotic to have.
And that he is not.
No.
You know that he has the ability to even control his temper, because on one occasion, do you remember at the beginning of the interview how upset he was that he thought a particular guard was picking on him, and in fact had perhaps maligned his music and his relationship with Sandra London?
Yes.
And he said he almost lost it, but he could maintain it.
If he said that, he may have.
You were asked about, you said Danny is, 2 other things you said, dependent and egocentric. Once again, people who are egocentric have the ability to conform to the law, do they not?
Right, that's interchangeable with narcissistic. That's not separate.
And dependent?
Correct.
Same thing?
Right.
No question, nothing about those disorders or features that prevent you from conforming to the law.
Nothing about any psychiatric disorder in and of itself.
You also said that Danny was impulsive. Have you ever said that?
Yes.
And he seeks immediate gratification.
I don't remember saying that today, but that's part of being impulsive and immature.
I was just curious, going back to scene 1 for a minute. He's downstairs and he's standing over Christina Powell for 5 to 10 minutes, he says.
Mm-hmm.
He told you that he went in there to commit rape.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know anybody else is in the apartment.
Mm-hmm. But
rather than impulsively seek the immediate gratification of raping her, he clears out the apartment, and that's when he kills Sonia upstairs. Do you find that to be impulsive?
No.
Or am I missing the point there?
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
One, two things here. One, somebody's not impulsive 24 hours a day in every action.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? Then at least there, he would not have been impulsive?
It sounds like his behavior was not insofar as you describe it right there. Okay. Secondly, impulsive, I think what I was saying was impulsive in terms of expression of emotion, affective expression. But thirdly, one could view simply what that whole scenario as being impulsive if one wants to compare that to getting one's needs met in other ways that take a lot longer, have to do a lot more, require a lot more inner resources, et cetera, then to go out and rape would be an impulsive act by comparison. So it's always by comparison. Does impulse mean in the next 3 seconds? No.
Well, your history is given to you would show that insofar as there was a lot of planning about this, we know that he had a knife and he had a gun and he got those earlier. He told you about that.
Yes.
He told you that he shoplifted while he was here. He got the screwdriver, he got the tape, he got I don't remember if he got the clothing here. He told you he had black clothing.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that. Just on him when you said that. I don't know where he got the black
Do you remember
clothing.
him telling you why he got black clothing? Do you remember him telling you that he got black clothing because blood doesn't show up too well on black clothing after it dries?
I don't recall that. If he said that, I don't recall it. May well have said it.
Danny has told you a number of times about the murders, and in each time, Danny has ultimately said to you that he was the one that did the killing.
Yes.
And he has always acknowledged to you that he was the one that did all the planning of the killing. That is, all of the steps that it took to prepare for these homicides and break-ins, that was all Danny doing all of that.
Well, okay. Let me say. He has always said that he did it in the sense that it was his body, his hands, it was the person of, or the body of Danny Rolling, and that Gemini did the killing. And one of the questions I had with him was, well, Danny, who bought the things at the store? Well, he said, Danny did that. Well, this is one of the things that's indicative of it being possession syndrome, not possession. Okay, because it's like, well, then, wait a minute. Tell me why Gemini, if he's this, strong, not magical, supernatural spirit, why does he need tape and a screwdriver and whatever else? And why does he need for you to go get it? So things are not, if you will, one of the earmarks of the possession syndrome is that things are not, if you will, theologically correct or theologically logical. And this is one of those instances. But it was that Danny bought the things, but Gemini did the killing. He has always said that it was Gemini, but it was his body. I mean, he's always said for legal or social purposes, it was Danny, but that in fact, it was Gemini.
He has also said, has he not, he's talked about a guy named Enad.
Yes.
And he has, Enad was...
Bane. I am
Excuse me.
forever going to call
he's
him
told you that
Bane,
Enad was
not
an
Enad.
aspect of Danny, correct?
As he has said from time to time, that Gemini was too. He's
Last time
vacillated.
In one conversation, you recall him saying that Enad and Gemini were aspects of Danny's broken personality.
Yes, he has said that.
Isn't it true that what he actually has done is he's always acknowledged everything he did, but right at the point of killing, he always says that's when Gemini took over.
Well, we don't know exactly when Gemini took over.
He said Gemini didn't have the sex.
But the Gemini killed. Okay, it's Gemini who kills. It's Danny or Enad, but usually Danny, and that does everything else. Occasionally it's Enad, but Enad is, clinically, I would see Enad as being his, there's a name for it, just a moment. It's the kind of persona that one wishes to have, idealized self. It's the kind of self he'd like to have. That's the debonair one who's good with women and who's very socially facile and feels very comfortable in the bar.
Lots of people have these kinds of ways of coping. By that,
Like Enad, maybe, yes. Gemini, no.
Well, Enad, let's talk about Enad for a minute. Enad is what you say, this so-called debonair one, but Enad is also a criminal.
Yeah, but he's sort of a Robin Hood. He's kind of a,
Was
you know,
also a rapist.
yeah.
How is
Well,
that good?
that varies. Sometimes it was Enid, a lot of times it was Danny. So
But in fact,
it's not nearly as differentiated as Gemini.
didn't Danny tell you that he killed these people because he wanted to have revenge for all the misjustice that had been dumped on him all his life?
Yes.
He told you that he told you that Gemini was named because of his astrological sign, correct?
Well, that he had named him and that was his astrological sign. Yes.
That he had named his spirit, that it was Danny who had named his spirit as
Yes.
Gemini. And
Yes.
he'd done that because it was his sign. And did he ever tell you who Enad was?
Danny spelled backwards.
Yeah, well, it is Danny spelled in reverse?
Yes.
Okay. And he told you, did he tell you how he came up with that idea of how to name things?
So it's mad. There
Ever
goes
tell you
my
that?
bang theory.
I don't recall him. He may have.
How around this, it's curious, isn't it, that if you go back and check the records of Danny Rowland, all the way up until 1990, I believe 1990, through 1991, you will never find in any of his records any mention of Gemini. Will you? As a matter of fact, even on January 26th, when Harry Croft went down there, he talked about this spirit that possessed him into crimes. He didn't talk about Gemini, he talked about Enad back then, didn't he? Never mentioned Gemini, did he?
I don't know that he did. I don't recall seeing that, but then we have very little of the hospital records, so I don't know. He may have.
When you were talking to him about Gemini, he told you that Gemini came to him and actually had come to him a couple of times in his life. Once during his marriage, he had this vision,
Yes.
and this vision was Gemini.
Well, I would call that,
Name it then.
I would call that an illusion, but yeah,
But he thought it was a vision. No illusion.
probably.
He thought it was a vision, probably.
Probably.
But when you reviewed his records in 1980, and at Parchment, he also told you about Gemini coming to visit him, and that's when Gemini and him got together, correct?
That's when he opened the door for Gemini.
And that was because he wanted to extract revenge for all the suffering in his life.
Yes.
But in 1989, when he was seen in the Louisiana clinic, and before I go to that, when you did your testing, you found that in his neuropsychological testing, he only showed static in your mind in the area of memory deficit.
Yes.
In 1989, when he went to a clinic in Louisiana, he was asked a series of questions which included seeing visions or hearing voices. He didn't indicate he had any problem other than memory difficulty. Did you notice that?
Yes.
So that would seem to indicate that in 1989, when he was asked about if he had ever seen visions, even though this was after both Parchment and after his marriage, he didn't mention any of these visions that he told you about, did he? As a matter of fact, you've never seen any reference to those visions before you came involved, did you?
Okay, let's back up. No, he did not say that he saw that when he was at LSU.
Well, and at any other time, he never said that. Before these murder cases were involved here, he's never talked about Gemini at all, has he? At least as we know.
Not by name. Not by name.
Now, he, before I leave that, I want to back up. Now, when we were talking about his peaking, you know that in fact, he peaked in his neighborhood several times, even as a young man, had complaints at least on 3 occasions. Do you remember that? From neighbors to his father?
I recall one. I didn't know there were 3. I know of one, and that's enough, I'm sure.
I have here that the following of your interview of October 5th. Do you remember the following where Danny Rowland, I don't think he knew about it until the neighbor come and knocked on the door, and then another neighbor come and knocked. Let me back up a little further. I don't think that puts it in front. Betty McMahon. Danny, do you feel like students knew about it before your father found out about it? You were referencing.
Schoolmates.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, Dad knew about it long before it ever got out of hand. Betty, oh, did he? Okay, because his statement that the word got out is now you're going to have to live with it. Yeah. When he found out, Danny, no. He knew about it before. He didn't, I don't think he really wanted to believe it. Betty, okay. Because you know, Betty, I didn't realize he'd found out before that. I thought that's when he found out. Danny, I don't think he knew about it until the neighbor come and knocked on the door, and then another neighbor come and knocked on the door. Betty, oh shit, a technical term. Danny, and then another neighbor come and knocked on the door, and that's when he figured, okay, and then caught me one time, beat the hell out of me. So apparently he told you it was 3 times. Correct?
Yes. You could sanitize
Back up
those.
that technical term for just a
I said
second.
you could sanitize those just a little, Mr. Smith.
Well, I really don't want to because of this. I was thinking that if you're doing evaluation and he's told you about 2 and he's about to tell you about a 3rd one, and you've been examining his relationship with his father and peeking and all this, that was not very good news, was it? That his father had apparently before at least 3 times neighbors came to him before he did anything to Danny about it. Pretty tolerant, wouldn't you say?
Is that tolerant?
Wouldn't you say that was pretty tolerant?
I would say that was severely ignoring a problem his son had.
Excessively lenient?
I said, I think that was severely ignoring a problem his son had.
Certainly not the kind of reaction in terms of grabbing him and hitting him or beating him up on the first complaint, was it?
Don't know because both Danny and his brother talk about that, so I don't know.
Before we leave that, Kevin, I'm not going to go back through all of Kevin's deposition, but it's safe
Right.
to say that Kevin says under oath on numerous occasions that he doesn't remember his father ever beating him or Danny.
He doesn't remember most of his childhood.
But he remembers a great number of things that he and his father did together, including the camping and the fishing and the hunting. But remember that from the deposition?
The camping, yeah, he remembers
He
going.
remembers ever being hit by his father. He
Oh.
remembers his father being very stern with him.
Yeah, he doesn't remember a great part of his childhood. Okay, and he says, I've got huge memory gaps. There are many things I can't remember, but I don't know why. I dissociated, I left, I didn't want to know. I mean, he states there are either 16 or 19 places in his deposition where he states, I don't remember that about my childhood.
He also tells you he has a great relationship with his father today, doesn't he?
He told me that it was better than it had been in the past.
You read the deposition where under oath he said he typified it as great.
Right. He told me it was better than it had been in the past, is what he told me.
Now, Danny told you that the reason that Parchment was such a bad experience for him and why he wanted all this revenge and why he was going to go out and kill these people was because of the terrible conditions he was kept under. And that was the final straw, and he'd suffered enough in his life.
Yes.
And that he wanted other people to suffer like he did.
Yes.
And he also told you that the guard outside the apartment complex, the person that guard met was Gemini.
That's what he said.
And he said that guy was lucky, but Gemini didn't do anything to him.
Yes.
He's also told you before, when he's been in his Gemini character, that there have been other situations. Don't tell me exactly the facts. I just want to know this. In Colorado, you know that
Yes.
he was Gemini. He started a crime and stopped it.
He said that Danny took over from Gemini.
And in Bossier City, the same thing happened.
Yes.
He also typified that many of the thoughts he had in prison there were fantasies that he never thought he would act on.
Yes.
And he typified those so-called events there as fantasies to you at times, didn't he? Those events that, do you remember he
I'm
talked
sorry,
about
which
he
events?
saw this little bird die and how that impressed him when he was in prison?
Yes.
And he also told you that he could always tell about Gemini being around because, like, one of the things, he was walking down the street, the lights flickered. Do you remember talking about that? The lights even went out, he said.
Yes.
One time he said they flickered, one time they went out.
Yeah.
Talk about compound. He's not even letting her answer the questions. She asked for clarification and he just kept going. Slow down. It's not a race. Jeez.
He told you all that came to him in prison. Or before prison. Once was in prison, and once was when he was walking the streets, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say that one. I think he was actually out and the lights maybe did go out, and that was sort of his way of putting all that together.
Danny also told you that one of the ways that he was going to, the reasons he did the killing was it was a way to take out my frustrations and my anxieties and my animosities. You remember Danny telling you that that was one of the reasons he killed?
Yes.
You remember Danny also saying that he had kept most of his life away from those who were close to him, and that his whole illegal life and his whole secret life was something he kept separate from his family members, and they didn't know much about.
Speaking of the voyeurism, I believe.
Yeah. You remember that when you asked him or you were present when Harry Kropp asked Danny Rowley what his motives were for the killings, he said, I can't understand that. The only thing I can say is that somewhere in my subconscious mind, there was a need for revenge for all the things that had gone wrong in my life, and they finally surfaced. That's the only thing I can tell you. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, he didn't say anything had gone wrong in Enad or Gemini's life. He said it was in his life. Correct?
He's the one that's immature and narcissistic and borderline.
You remember one time saying to you, Danny, I'm quite sure as we sit here, you don't believe in homicide, you don't believe in rape, and he said, all of it's wrong.
Yes.
You remember him describing the third scene differently than the other scenes in one way and saying it was an extremely violent scene. Remember him saying that about the third scene where he killed Tracy and Manny?
I think so. Yes.
Remember him giving you the following when you were talking to him about the third scene. You'd ask him a question, his response, yeah, I did, or I say I did, but I want to say it was Gemini. But I mean, I was a participant too, even though mentally I'm trying to see that's going on. But physically I was just numb. If there was pleasure derived from it, I didn't get it. What he was basically talking about was some sex act there. But he plainly knew that he was a participant there, didn't he?
Yes.
Always has acknowledged that.
Yes.
He also told you that, and you've had several conversations about it with at least one of the victims, some of the things that happened may have been because she resembled his ex-wife, O'Malley. Remember him emphasizing to you that
Are you saying that he said one of the victims? Because I believe I presented to him that maybe all of them bore some resemblance.
you said that to him?
Yes.
He basically dwelt on one of the.
Yes, correct. Yes, he did.
And he talked about, he didn't know, but maybe that had something to do with what he did at that scene.
Yes.
Although his real thing that he did at scene 2 was he wanted to leave a message to everybody, right?
Yes, that's what he said.
Now, he also told you that he wasn't intoxicated at the times he did these crimes, didn't he?
Yes.
And he also told you that one of the ways that he was able to avoid people was by being dressed in black, and that was so that he could be in the shadow and couldn't be seen as well when he was dressed in black. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He obviously didn't think he was a spirit.
No, I don't think at any point he thought he was.
Do you remember, I'd asked you this before, and I just want to clarify this. When you ask him, when you say cleaned, you're talking about cleaned up the crime scenes. Danny Rowley, let me explain something to you. Blood on black dries black. You, right. Danny Rowley, you don't see it. Your response, right. Danny Rowley, Now, if I have something other than black, you'd be able to notice it. So within a matter of minutes, blood on black is going to turn black, and you won't be able to tell what it was. You remember him saying that now?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there was some discussion at one point. Do you remember any discussion about I'll back off of that for a moment. Excuse me, strike that. Do you remember him talking about the power being within all of us to choose how we want to live our lives? You remember Danny saying that?
That sounds like one of the many times that he was in a preaching mode, perhaps. So do I particularly remember that? I don't at the moment, but it
He made
sounds,
statements like that frequently, didn't
yeah,
he?
it sounds very much like he might have made some statement like that.
You remember you finally asked him one time why he didn't rape Sonia Larson, and he said because she was so messed up from the fight?
Yes.
And one of the other things that apparently you got out that nobody else got out is that the way.
Excuse me a minute. That's a beautiful example of illogical thinking.
Yeah. Well, let me back up and say you were able to also get out something else. Not only was he in there for 5 or 10 minutes over each one of them before he killed them, he had a flashlight, so a mini flashlight that he put in his mouth so he could view better there.
Yes.
And he said it was him that had that flashlight,
Yes.
and he brought it in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think there was ever any denial of that.
Of course, we've talked about before, and I'm sure you remember the fact that he described to you the worst death that he knew of would be, I think he called it the most horrifying, would be to die in the night by a knife when you knew you were going to die. Do you remember him describing that to you? As opposed to, say, being shot, which would be so quick. But the most horrifying death would be in the night. Remember that?
I don't remember the specific time, but yes.
And do you remember him also telling you the reason he knew that was because he had seen that?
Yes.
And that's why he knew it was so horrifying.
Yes.
Do you remember Danny saying that all this stuff about Ehud and Gemini, he wanted to make sure it was clear. He wasn't making excuses. It was his hand that did the act. He was the one that made the decision. Do you remember that?
Yeah, Your Honor, I would object this time. This has been asked and answered about 15 minutes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now,
Mr.
he told
Smith,
you
if-
that when he came
may
into
we-
Gainesville,
Mr. Smith, excuse me, may we take a break?
so sure, I don't have much further to go.
That was my question. If you don't have very much further to go, okay.
Go ahead, take a break. That's
Okay.
fine.
Check it.
Dr. Mann, I have just a few more questions to ask you. One of which, before I leave it, is I'd forgotten to ask you this because I think your interview is the only one where this gets clarified. At Krista Hoyt's apartment, Danny Rowley told you that he kept her alive an hour before he killed her, didn't he?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about this dissociative disorder not otherwise specified, which I think you used the term possession syndrome. Isn't that correct?
Yes. It's
Now-
called possession syndrome, possession disorder, either one.
Now, you are not saying, and I think you've made it clear, Danny was not possessed.
That's my clinical opinion, is that he was not.
Okay. And you were saying that possession syndrome, as I understand it, has not yet found its way into it did not find its way into the DSM-3R, correct?
Right. It would be dissociative disorder not otherwise specified there.
And it is also you are aware that the draft criteria for the DSM-4 was adopted in March of '93.
Right.
And even in the DSM-4, under dissociative disorder not otherwise specified, you will not find, under that criteria, possession syndrome or possession disorder, will you?
No, because it's in Appendix A.
Okay, it's in Appendix A I think under the topic, there is, before I leave that, there is a draft of what the dissociative disorder not otherwise specified will be now in the DSM-4. That's
Well-
been adopted.
Basically, the definition is the same. I don't know whether they list the same examples. It's not limited to those examples. Those are just given as, for instances, this is it. Any atypical dissociative disorder would be listed there.
And I think in the appendix is something it's going to say about it needs further study.
That's everything in Appendix A, are all those disorders that they don't know exactly what to do with yet. So,
Now, you were told, and I asked you this earlier, and I hope for some purpose. When Danny told you about his possession and about Gemini, he told you that Gemini had visited him out on the outside, and that Gemini had come to him when he was in Parchment Prison, and that he, while he was in Parchment Prison, had this experience with Gemini, and he was going to extract his revenge by making other people suffer, correct?
yes, I don't know what experience you're talking about, but yes, that he opened himself up to Gemini.
And he told you some specifics about that experience, and one of which he told you about a bird dying at the window, or he was at his window and he saw this bird die, and that was one of the things that made him know that he was having that was a message being sent to him that he thought was being sent by spirits.
I didn't get that impression. I may have been wrong, but to me, that was just one more thing that he indicated occurred while he was in that particular confinement area. I did not get the impression he was relating it to Gemini.
And
Maybe
he told
wrong.
you that, if I'm correct, he told you that another time, and we talked about this earlier, walking down the street, one of the reasons he knew there were spirits was because the lights flickered. Do you remember
Yes, that was either before or after Parchment. I don't remember which.
And he also, I think, told you, well, you figured out that Enad was Danny backwards,
Yes,
and that Gemini was his astrological sign, and that's how it was all explained to you that he had come up with it, correct?
yes.
Well, while the jury was out, I had an opportunity to show you some clips from a film. Before I go to that, you also know that while Danny was in Gainesville that week, Danny, of August, the week of August the 23rd, 1990, while Danny was here, at the time in which he was shoplifting the tent and the bag, buying the tent and making some purchases and shoplifting some other items that he used for the homicides. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And during that time, he also went to a movie, didn't he?
He said that he did.
And he told you that he went to see the movie The Exorcist Part 3, didn't he?
Yes.
You've never seen that movie until I showed it to you today. You didn't do anything with that movie or that information as part of your diagnosis or preparation, did you?
Correct. I did not.
And he also told you one time when you were asking him and pressing him about what the events were like, that it was much like a horror movie, the events that had happened those nights. Like a really bad horror movie. Do you remember him saying that to you?
The nights here in Gainesville.
Yes.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
And he told you, if you would just accept that The Exorcist Part 3, in fact, showed at the Litchfield Theaters in Butler Plaza and opened on August 17th, 1990. That would have been a time.
Oh,
The Litchfield Plaza, the Butler Plaza, that's out in the same southwest section of Gainesville. You'll concede that where he was, won't you?
Yes.
Okay. Now I've shown you some clips, and was it your impression that you saw that movie at a time proximate to these murders?
I was trying to remember where they were at the time because I think like that whole section of Gainesville is totally different now. Those are the movie theaters that my cousin got stuck in the bathroom. We went to see Jurassic Park there. It was like a dine-in movie theater where you could order pizza and hamburgers, hot dogs, stuff like that. You sat at a table instead of like your regular movie theater. And she'd already seen Jurassic Park, and she's like, Debbie, you have to go see this movie in the theater. And it was playing there when she came to visit. So we went to see it, and we went to the bathroom before it started, and she got stuck in the stall, and she had to crawl underneath the stall. So that's one of our favorite movies, but I think it's because of what happened. We always laugh about that.
If you saw him while he was in Gainesville, yes, because he
Okay. Well, you
wasn't
know
here that long.
And you've already established in your prior testimony that Jim and I had never, that you know in any of his records, that Jim and I had never surfaced prior to the interviews about these homicides.
The name had not.
Correct. Now, while the jury was out, I showed you some clips from The Exorcist Part 3. You never saw the movie, did you?
No, I did not.
You ever seen those exorcism movies?
I think I saw the first one.
Yeah. Exorcism, that's for people, that's a treatment for people that are possessed.
Yes.
People that are, like the Satan is inside of them and this guy, he comes in and he cures them and Satan is gone. You remember that basically being the theme?
Yes.
Okay. The name of the killer in The Exorcist Part 3, according to the clip I just showed you, was Gemini, wasn't it? The Gemini killer.
Okay. I will take your word for that. I didn't get that other.
You also saw in that film, did you not, a rendition of where a priest goes up and goes to his window where there was a live bird. When he gets to the window, the bird has died.
Yes.
He picks that bird up, correct?
Yes.
You also saw that when there's a scene where the hallway, when the priest starts entering down, and you'll have to accept this, you saw the lights all start flickering, didn't you?
Yes.
Danny Rowling never told you that when he saw The Exorcist, that the name of the possessed killer in The Exorcist was Gemini, did he?
No.
Danny Rowling never told you that in that movie that I just showed you, that when one of the people is trying to communicate, they're trying to figure out what language it is. Do you remember that clip?
Yes.
And they decide that they figured out what it really was just English, but it was backwards.
It's very common.
Okay. The exact thing he did with Enad.
Yeah.
Danny Rowling never told you that at a time just before or at the same time he was committing these murders, he saw movies that had the same themes, a movie that showed the exact same theme features that he told you happened at Parchment, Mississippi, did he?
No.
Now, had you known that the Gemini killer was in The Exorcist Part 3, you don't know how the bodies were disposed of, but you don't know that these movies are typically murder-type movies where there's lots of horror inflicted.
I can assume that. I didn't see it. I
Had
can
he
assume.
told you that the Gemini character was a character in a movie he saw the same week he committed the murders? Had he told you that the spiritual language in that was the reversal of English? Had he shown you the theme scene where the lights flicker to represent the presence of evil spirits, and he showed the dead bird at the window? Wouldn't you have found that more than coincidental that he had almost those same things supposedly happened to him in Parchment?
Would I find that coincidental?
Oh, lady, backpedal.
I don't know if so coincidental is a word I'd use. I'd have to factor it in, certainly.
But you didn't factor that in because Danny never told you about that, did he?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Dr. McMahon, how long have you been practicing in Gainesville?
20 years. About, let's see. Yeah, 20. Yes, 20 years.
And when you first started in practice, did you know me back then?
Yes.
And what was I doing 20 years ago?
I remember.
Mrs. Smith asked you whether or not there have been a large number of cases that have involved juvenile. You stated I started out in juvenile court. Did we do juvenile cases?
Yes.
Did you offer testimony for my juveniles?
Sometime.
You know, it's referred to as the Baker Act.
Oh, yes.
Do you know whether or not I was involved in Baker Act proceedings?
Yes, you were.
How would you know that?
Because I was generally asked as the independent evaluator.
And at that time, I would have been called upon to cross-examine you.
Yes.
Did you offer testimony favorable to the mental health patients I was representing at that time?
Probably sometimes.
How about the other times?
I did not.
the criminal cases that you've been involved with my office, and I've asked you or requested to court to have you do the evaluations, have you always returned favorable reports from my clients?
No, sir.
Have you testified against my clients?
Yes,
Have I cross-examined you on numerous occasions?
yes.
Why would I be cross-examining you?
Because my opinion was contrary to whatever you were attempting to achieve for your client.
Can you recall for me the first time you saw Danny Rowland? I just need to clarify that date.
July 7th, 1993.
There has been reference made to a letter sent to Bryce Mental Facility in Alabama dealing with some statements made by Mr. Rowland Sr. concerning his son. And I'd ask you, do you recall anywhere in that letter where Mr. Rowland stated, "We all love you," and there was a response given by Danny? Do you recall what the response was?
It was, "Do you really, Daddy?" Or "Do you really?" I don't know what he said, Daddy.
Would that be a response you would find normal for that type of question?
No, not usually, particularly not from an adult.
Why?
Well, it's a very immature kind of response. It's a response that's asking for a lot of reaffirmation. So it's somebody who does not, or yet doesn't feel or perceive that love is as forthcoming as we generally think of bonds. It's also sort of a narcissistic, very immature, childlike type of response. Do you really?
Do you recall in reviewing any of the other materials that you were asked to look at, whether or not you ever encountered that response by Mr. Rowland?
One or more of his aunts mentioned that when she or they, whether it was one or two, I can't remember, would say that, "Danny, we love you," as he was growing up, that he would respond the same way. "Do you really, Auntie?" So it was, yeah, it rang a familiar tone when I read it.
Mr. Smith asked you some questions concerning the voyeuristic illness that Mr. Rowland has, and there was some conversation about the number of times the father, Mr. James R. Rowland, was aware of these episodes. And I believe it was settled that there was 3.
Yes.
Do you recall how Mr. Rowland handled the situation on the 3rd episode? Was it dealt with by counseling or dealt with by force?
Well, not counseling. I am thinking back right now to talking with Kevin about it.
Do you recall what Kevin's account was or what he did in this situation?
He said he ducked and he went out in the backyard.
He ducked?
Ducked was his statement. In his deposition, he said, "I dissociated and left."
Mr. Smith asked you some questions about a movie known as Exorcist 3.
Yes.
And there were some questions asked of you of a hypothetical nature concerning certain facts that are contained in that movie.
Yes.
And also a general understanding of what the contents of that type of movie would portray.
Yes.
And I think we've agreed on that. To a person of Danny's level of maturity, what effect would a movie like that have on him?
Well, given Danny's immaturity, given his narcissistic and histrionic type of personality. He's a suggestible individual.
What do you mean by a suggestible individual?
Well, it would give him suggest to him a mechanism. Now let's go back for a minute. I'm trying to recall all of the testimony that or all of the evidence that I've read. I've said repeatedly that the name Gemini did not come up. Somewhere, either in the videotape, in a statement given to FDLE, someplace, Danny's mother speaks about the fact that prior to him ever coming to Gainesville, that he spoke in some sort of a different way at the kitchen table or dining room table and said, "I have another person." And that she recalled there was a name, but she couldn't remember what the name was. So, do we know for certain that this is the first time this came up in Danny's mind? No, I don't think we know when this first came up. Maybe it came up at Parchment. Maybe it came up before. Maybe it came up later. Maybe it came up after the homicides. The point of it matters less when it came up. It doesn't matter what the mechanism is. He is still dissociating out that rage. It doesn't make any difference what he grasps onto as a way of doing it. He's still doing it. So fine, a way is presented. Oh, good, I'll do it this way. I mean, that sounds like a real conscious thing. I'll do it this way. He's got to have a way of dissociating or encapsulating or compartmentalizing that rage that he cannot accept. Now, whether he calls it Gemini and puts a religious significance to it, or whether it's some other mechanism, the underlying pathology and dynamic is the same. It can take any form. That is the reason that it's an atypical dissociative disorder. The form of it is unique to the individual. Now, maybe that's where he got the idea. Maybe it's not where he got the idea. It's certainly, there's something to be said for the fact that he saw this and there's many similarities. Is that where he came up with it? I don't know.
Even if you assume that this is where he came up with it.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The underlying dynamic is the same. It doesn't matter how he labels it or what tenor he puts on it, whether it's supernatural or religious or something else. It's still a level of rage that he cannot accept, either its presence, the feelings that he has with it, nor the behavior that he exhibits on the basis of it.
After having had an opportunity to be shown the information contained in this movie, have you altered or changed your opinions on whether or not he was malingering or trying to fake any of either the test results or any of the procedures in the interviews?
No, doesn't change my idea about that.
Just one question. You stated that you made reference to the mother's tape testimony.
Yes.
And you said also that she gave a description of an encounter that she had with Danny.
Yes.
At the house in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not that she stated that this entity had a name?
Yes, she said that it did, that it was she used it sort of what I would term a negative adjective about it. I can't remember, a hard name, a strange name, bad name, something like that. I don't think she would use the word evil, but a negative. It had a name, but you couldn't remember what the name was.
Had she given this account on another occasion to some other people?
Yes.
Who would that have been?
I was afraid you were going to ask me that. I mean, aside from the statement, the FDLE statement?
No, that's the one.
The FDLE statement? Yeah.
That would have been before her statement on tape, obviously. Right?
Yes. Yes. She says that he changed. I don't. Oh,
If I remember correctly, good, Debbie, mute your mic. If I remember correctly, in her recorded testimony, she said it was a name, a horrible name that you wouldn't want to remember. And Gemini does not strike me as a horrible name that you would not want to remember. Gemini is an astrological sign. So if he did call it a name back then, I don't think it was Gemini. And I think she said that he spoke in a voice that was like a deep voice that wasn't his own. And that's all I remember her saying about it. But I mean, you can fake a low, growly voice that's not your own. And I don't remember at what time in his life his mother said this happened. I don't know if he was an adult or still a child at the time. I don't remember.
and that she told Kevin about it. Is that who you meant?
Does Mr. Rowland have a history of believing in spirits and demons?
Yes. And that's part of his, religious upbringing and part of his faith, part of his, I guess, perhaps seems contradictory.
Yes, that is part of my faith as well. I believe in angels and demons, and I have never killed people.
And yet not. He has a very strong belief, and he sees spirits as being very influential on mankind.
How far back does that go in his history?
In his history, well, he was brought up in that church.
I'll give you more questions.
Just a couple follow-ups. This thing about spirits, there are large numbers of fundamentalist and charismatic and Pentecostal churches that, and please, I don't mean this as being judgmental in any way, but there's a large number of Protestant religions, fundamentalist religions, that believe very strongly in the presence of the spirit world.
Absolutely.
Not just Danny believes in that, but much of his family and his church.
Absolutely.
We know that there are, within the Pentecostal liturgy, the idea of, are you familiar with the term seraphim or cherubim?
Oh, yeah. That's it's in the Catholic religion too.
Which are the good angels that
Sure.
visit us,
It's one of the 7 levels of hierarchical spirits.
the same thing about Lucifer and Beelzebub and people who are the spirits. There's nothing unusual about that.
No.
Okay. But you said something that I found curious. And in fact, when he said that he was possessed, there are within many of the fundamentalist religions, within the Protestant sect, particularly Pentecostal, Church of God, and Charismatics, there are people who do from time to time positively admit to concepts of having spiritual experiences that even remove them, or apparently remove them from control of their own language, and they even speak in tongues.
Yes.
And yet within all of that, none of that that you know of is something that predisposes someone to be a mass murderer.
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, what I was talking, I thought you said something interesting here. You said about suggestibility, that a
Yes.
person of Danny's histrionic and narcissistic character would be that this kind of a movie that deals with murder, violence, and possession, a movie that uses the same term Gemini, many of the same motifs. There is in your mind right now as you sit there some idea that there may have been some suggestion operating on Danny from this movie.
I would not doubt that there was some suggestion.
And in fact, that would be, especially if someone liked attention and was trying to send a message, which Danny said is what he did in one of the scenes, was send a message, isn't it?
Oh, one of the homicide scenes?
Yes.
Yes.
You said that still wouldn't change you about Danny's level of rage. You mean that Danny has a level of rage that he's always had, or has had at least for a long time, and continues to have, and presumably always will have.
I would like to think he wouldn't always have it, but yes, has had for a long time, since probably starting in childhood, and will have for a while. Huh?
It is your view that that level of rage that he has today makes him a dangerous individual.
Ground. Might be our worst impersonation. Ground.
Whether or not it would have changed your diagnosis, all of that information about the movie he saw was information that he withheld from you, correct? Or didn't tell you about.
Didn't tell me about.
But that movie had enough of an impact on him that you interviewed him in June of 1993. Almost 3 years after the fact, and he could remember when he was in Gainesville that one of the things he did was he went to see The Exorcist Part 3. It stuck in his mind that clearly, didn't it?
Yes, is one of the things he was doing. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Further questions?
No, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
For the evening, you want to see, look at, listen to accounts in the media, you want to set the process of yours, don't do any reading of anything that you think is related to the case or anything else.
We have been going for almost 5 hours. Doesn't seem like it's been that long. It's 20 minutes till 3. So we're gonna call it a day, and we will wait. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah. So I'm gonna take Friday off again. Then we'll be back on Monday. Hopefully, we will get finished up next week. So, thank you guys again for coming out to watch this train wreck with me. And thank you, replay crew, too, because I know there are some people that are watching that are not watching it exactly with me, but I'm getting more views. So I have a replay crew, and this is not polished and professional. I'm new at this, but I'm having a lot of fun, and I am thankful for my viewers. I love y'all, and I will see my bike club friends in the morning, and I will see the rest of you on Monday morning. And if I can talk Legal Bites into it, I may be doing a live on Saturday with her. And if not, look for a pre-recorded video this weekend about the trial for an emotion in the Ashley Benfield case. Because I want to do a live with Alita, but I don't know if she's up to it. So she's very, very preggers. So, okay, I'll see you guys later. Bye.